dobry. Czy nas słychać? Proszę o odpowiedź na kanale języka angielskiego. Halo, dzień dobry.
Szanowni Państwo, za chwilę rozpocznie się konferencja. Prosimy o zajęcie miejsc i wyłączenie telefonów komórkowych. Życzymy miłych wrażeń. Ladies and gentlemen, the conference is about to start. Please take your seats and turn off your mobile phones. We wish you a pleasant experience.
Dziękuję. Dziękuję.
Halo, Józek, pamiętaj tylko proszę z tymi zapowiedziami prelegentów, że jak ty już powiesz, to my wypuścimy dżingla, żebyś go nie zagadywał. Tak, na wszelki wypadek mówię.
Państwu, witamy Państwa bardzo serdecznie. Cieszymy się, że postanowili Państwo spędzić z nami to przedpołudnie.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We are very happy that you have decided to join us this morning and part of the afternoon. European Funds for Lubelskie 2021-2027. We're going to talk about the support for local governments, for beneficiaries. Thanks for joining us on this channel, European Funds for Lubelskie, EFL. We'll try to show you how European funds contribute to the development of our region. We will particularly focus on territorial government and businesses. Lubelskie, on the one hand, strongly rested on tradition and human resources. On the other hand, to make it grow economically, socially, we need modern support mechanisms. And this is what European funds provide. Today we'll look at projects around climate, innovation, digitization. Our special guests today are Deputy Marshal of Lubelskie, Piotr Breś.
Witam bardzo serdecznie pana Marcina Szewczaka, członka zarządu województwa lubelskiego. Witamy bardzo
Mr.
serdecznie.
Szewczak,
Do nas na pewno jeszcze.
head of the Regional Assembly of Lubelskie, and we'll also have with us Jarosław Kwasek, a member of the Regional Assembly. Online, we have Program Manager from the European Commission, Aleksandra Kowalska. Thanks for your applause. Good morning. Let me welcome personnel directors, people responsible for European funds at the Marshal's Office of Lubelskie, led by Director Anna Brzyska. Just to remind you, our meeting is being broadcast online, is also sign translated and interpreted into English. If you know of anybody who cannot be here with us in the flesh, let them know. Our broadcast is available on YouTube Live. It will also be recorded, and you can have a look at this anytime later on. European Funds for Lubelskie 2021-2027. It's a follow-up of a series of very ambitious projects from the previous period. It's a follow-up and building on previous projects already completed for territorial governments and businesses. Today, we'll have a particular look at how businesses can reach for modern financial instruments and also how territorial governments can respond to challenges related to climate change. Piotr Breś, Deputy Marshal of Lubelskie, is the first speaker. Welcome, Mr. Deputy Marshal. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to our event, summing up European Funds for Lubelskie 2021-2027. We are coming here together to have a look at what we have achieved in our project in the area of European Regional Development Funds. Last week, we spoke about ESF+. And last week we stressed that our projects are based on two major pillars, investment and society. Today, we'll talk more about the first one, investment, so about the effects of infrastructural programs provided by ERDF. How relevant this investment dimension is in European funds is testified by the fact that the European Commission has prioritized it with all policy goals for the upcoming period. First, we are striving to have smarter and more digital Europe with a whole range of research and development. Next step is low carbon, low emission Europe, environmentally friendly Europe. In this area, we're looking at projects around renewables, around energy efficiency, more efficient water and sewage management, circular economy, biodiversity, or low-emission transport. Transport is also the leitmotif of the third goal of the policy, Better Connected Europe. This one looks at the development of transport infrastructure, mainly public roads, railways, and also integration of various modes of transport, including passenger and freight carrier. The fourth step is strong social dimension. Of course, this is largely ESF Plus, but it also covers a number of initiatives financed by ERDF. This is health, social, cultural, tourist infrastructure, and more. Goal 5, Europe closer to citizens. This one is about the territorial dimension. It supports territorial strategies prepared by municipalities as part of regeneration projects or ITI areas. This is municipalities and medium-sized towns that have complained about losing their impact. They can now benefit from the new instruments. Investment is majority of allocation under ERDF. It's 1.7 billion euro, 2.5 billion zlotys. This is more than 70% of allocation in our regional program. Right from the beginning of implementing the program, our departments responsible for implementation have launched 84 calls for proposals covering more than 94 million zlotys. Most have already closed, 7 are in progress. We have signed 301 agreements, co-financed under ERDF. 2.5 billion zlotys are allocated under this one, which is 35% of all allocation with ERDF. So we are pursuing specific steps to support the beneficiaries. The results, the outcomes are already there. In the public sector, we have so far signed 141 funding agreements in such thematic areas as digitization, e-services, and the provision of surveying data for Lubelskie. Next, there is the cultural and historic dimension, where we support cultural institutions in cherishing national heritage. Already, a number of adaptation plans has been designed for European money by many local towns to get ready for environmental friendly impact. There's also a major area of climate consulting services. 13 of our districts now provide services and advice to citizens, institutions on how to get ready for climate change. We have been able to provide more than 500 pieces of equipment to local firefighting groups and services. We have supported 39 projects in healthcare undertakings. Out of these were 2 strategic projects. We are going to purchase medical equipment to be able to provide full-scale oncological patient diagnosis. We are also going to set up a regional kids and youth mental health center with the Lublin Psychiatric Hospital. This is to improve access to such services for those who need it. More agreements are coming soon. They will cover educational projects in particular. With the entrepreneurs, innovation and research has enjoyed major interest. 39 agreements have been signed for that one. The support will cover more than 100 million zlotys. As a result, businesses from Lubelskie will be able to design new processes, new products or services, and make major improvements. Entrepreneurs have particularly showed interest for the measure devoted to the support of small and medium businesses, also developmental projects with SMEs. Companies are also interested in going global. We have signed more than 200 agreements to support global development. These are just some examples. Many aspects of our reality have been improved to catch up with other European regions. We need to keep developing, keep growing to catch up with highly developed countries. R&D component we have also is very well aligned with the developing AI technology, which poses both threats but also promising positive developments. We are also gearing up for natural disasters like floods that South Poland suffered from several months ago. Europe must also respond boldly to world climate, energy, or economic challenges to match such powers like China and the USA. Recent shifts in our economic policy towards Russia have shown how relevant it is to look at the eastern flank of European Union in terms of transport, for example, or economic potential. The war in Ukraine has also drawn our attention to the need to improve our capacity in healthcare and transport. European funds for Lubelskie address all that problems. We can take care of the development of our region, but also contribute to the overall economic success of the country. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Marshall, for opening our meeting. Speaking of European funds, let's now jump to Brussels, to European Commission. And our next speaker online this time is Aleksandra Kowalska, DG Regio, European Commission. Are we connected?
Dzień dobry, witam bardzo serdecznie. Czy się słyszymy?
Good morning. I hope you can hear me well.
Przekazuję pani głos.
Over to you. Ladies and gentlemen, dear entrepreneurs, representatives of territorial governments, ladies and gentlemen, it's a great pleasure to address you this morning during this conference on European funds for territorial governments and entrepreneurs. These funds support the development of the region, but also the development of the entire EU. Cohesion policy is a key component in Europe's strive to ensure harmonized growth across European regions. We want to reduce differences in terms of income, possibilities, capacities, jobs, or sustainable development across Europe. We are working towards this goal by supporting infrastructural projects, strengthening local economies, and including more and more society. Through this policy, EU streams major funds to regions that need them the most. The idea is not to make any region fall behind, to be more resilient in the future of Europe. Cohesion policy has also largely mitigated the effects of recent crises in Europe, just like the pandemic or the war in Ukraine and its impact on prices of power. Stimulating innovation in the economy is one of the key drivers to improve the quality of jobs, to improve Europe's competitiveness. Innovation helps us adapt to change and also helps us resolve existing and future challenges. Through this, we can build modern economy of tomorrow. You have perhaps heard about Mario Draghi's report about the competitiveness in the EU. The report identifies challenges and obstacles, but at the same time shows certain directions that we should follow. It stresses that we need to keep working on greater synergies between EU funds and local and regional strategies. Through this, we can make the best of European investment in terms of more jobs, but also green and digital transformation. Let me stress that Europe is facing now these two transformations. These are key steps to increase our competitiveness on the global scene. Paulo Fito, the new head of European Commission for Cohesion and Reforms, points to the need for cohesion policy to use as a tool for regions by regions to improve our competitiveness through digitalization. He says that regions, European regions, are the very foundation of European economy. Building their potential will translate into a greater potential of the entire EU. We are already talking about what is going to happen after 2027. It seems like cohesion policy will play even a greater role in building Europe's integrity. It will also continue to serve as a tool to level off the differences across Europe. Certainly, a new, upgraded, modernized cohesion policy will be put in place. And this is aligned with the programs of European funds for Lubelskie, reaching 2027. Your investment projects are very well aligned with what the region needs. Among them, we have also smart specializations that also be addressed. The program focuses on areas in which the region already has some competence or even extensive competence, but also on those leverage points that need not to be ignored. Lubelskie has very ambitious goals. Thanks to European funds, it wants to invest in green technologies to respond to the challenges of sustainable development and climate change. At the same time, they offer new jobs and new business opportunities. Lubelskie bets on investment in renewables, circular economy, which is also a manifestation how attached we are to our obligations towards European strategies and goals. Europe wants to grow in an inclusive and sustainable way. You are determined to build a strong foundation for Lubelskie, foundations built on business, on strong territorial government, and it can be done with EFL. As a representative of the European Commission, I want to stress how relevant it is for everyone to be driven by the vision of competitive, united Europe. These programs are key to deliver this vision. They provide tools and resources to territorial government and businesses to implement changes and adapt to the challenges of the future.
But with challenges, there are also opportunities. So we would like to ensure that you will have our involvement and commitment to working with you. And just to conclude, let me thank the authorities of Lubelskie for the very good cooperation so far, and best wishes of very productive meeting. Thank you very much, Alexandra. So let me just tell you what the agenda is for today. We've got 3 expert panel discussions. The first one will be focusing on new technologies in SMEs. The second one will be focusing on financial instruments in supporting enterprises. And the third one will be touching on challenges that local governments face in meeting climate goals. But first, let's have a presentation to give you some background and data for EU funds for Lubelskie 2021-27 for enterprises and local governments on the Regional Development Fund. So we'll be focusing here on the funds addressing the environmental and climate goals, renewables, energy, transport, but also research and development and innovation, including digitization of healthcare or supporting enterprises. And the data will be presented by the head of the Regional Program Management Division, the Marshal's Office for Lubelskie, Anna Brzyska. Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome everyone. At this conference today, my focus will be primarily on the outcomes of the implementation of the EU Regional Development Fund. Last week, we discussed the effects of the FS Plus program in Lubelskie. Let me stress first that it's been 2 years exactly since we received the decision of the European Commission on the approval of the program and granting the funds. So it's the highest time we indicated the first outcomes of the implementation of our program. Let me just remind everyone that the Regional Development Fund accounts for more than 71% of the entire program, and the implementing units of the fund, the intermediary measure, the institution, the entrepreneurship support agency dedicated to implementing entrepreneurship programs in Lubelskie, along with Regional Development Fund Implementation Department at Marshal's Office. As for the first one, the former institution at its disposal is approximately 14% of the allocation. That is 315 million euros. 4 priorities, 4 measures being implemented, including research and development and innovation. That's priority 1, where on top of measure 1.1, all the activities are implemented by the Lublin-based entrepreneurship support agency, partly responsible for economic and digital transformation of the region, but also circular economy projects under priority 3, environmental and climate resources protection, and also 2 measures in priority 4, that is effective and efficient use of energy. The majority of funds, as you can see on the chart here, are at disposal of the Marshal's Office of Lubelskie through the Regional Program Development Department, accounting for more than 75% of the allocation, more than 1 billion 400 million euro. Implementing activities and measures under 4 priorities. That is those I mentioned, but also priority 5, there's urban mobility, sustainable transport system, priority 7, accessibility of social and healthcare services, and priority 11 in its entirety, that is territorial investment projects, municipal revitalization program, AT, partnerships, and urban functional areas. Now some figures. As at 30th November, overall, the managing institution, managing authority, have published 32 calls for the total amount of nearly 7 billion zloty over 2 years. But and as for the regional development fund, within the 142 calls, 84 are calls published by the Entrepreneurship Support Agency and our department for the implementation of the European Regional Development Fund, with the support amount of nearly 5 billion zloty allocated to these calls. So what we are planning, starting from the 1st of January, the indicative schedule that was approved at the end of November by the Executive Assembly of Lubelskie, is providing for publication of 47 calls for more than 2 billion zloty. That is overall, including the European Social Fund. As for Regional Development Fund, 18 calls will be published by our department and 4 calls by the Entrepreneurship Support Agency for more than 1.4 billion zloty. Let me give you some data on the number of calls published versus allocation in the context of specific priorities. The colors the green bars are priorities implemented under the European Regional Development Fund. The yellow means EFS Plus programs. And there's a summary in bars, that is 142 calls for the allocation of EU funding of nearly, at this moment, 63% of the allocation for the program, that is 6.5 billion euro. As for Regional Development Fund, 84 calls for nearly 5 billion zloty, 66% of the total allocation. This is the amount under the calls published so far. So, numbers of calls published by priority. The most of them, and attracting most interest, is priority 7, where we published 18 calls, where local government units in the first place could apply for preschool infrastructure, general education, higher education, and universities, but also a call for education concerning the integrated territorial investment and social infrastructure, healthcare, cultural heritage, tourism. This is the main thematic areas for the calls. Priority 7, nearly 70% of the allocation has been utilized so far, and the highest utilization goes to priority 2, implemented by the entrepreneurship development the support the office and our department. 10 calls published in this regard, 90% of the allocation. That is digitization of public services, digitization of small and medium enterprises. 2.6, that is investment, development investment, that is loans, but also a strategic program important for our the region, that is economic marketing under priority 3. Now, as to the contract signed, it's a very important data, really, because it's starting from signing the contract, we begin the actual implementation of the funds. As for contracts signed as of 30th of November, the total number is 906 for 3.6 plus billion zloty, more than 35% of the total allocation. Between the 30th of November and the 10th of December, we have also signed 23 contracts under IFES Plus. Now we are in the process of signing of the contracts for general education infrastructure under the Regional Development Fund. As for this fund, the total number of contracts is 328 for more than 35% of the Regional Development Fund. That is, the funds have been implemented into the system. The amount is more than 2.6 billion zloty. As for contracts signed by priority, we can see that the highest level is in priority 4, 84%, more than that, of contracts signed, that is efficient use of energy. Priority 2, digitization and digital transformation of the economy. Let me just show you, the comparison in terms of contracts signed as of 30th of November, versus other regions. The picture is quite good. Well, we are the leader here, the first place. So the assumption is that this year we'll still sign contract number 1,000. So this is my personal goal, and I think that we can meet it. So let me just give you an outlook on the settlements with the beneficiaries, that is the value of payment applications approved and advance payments given to beneficiaries. It's an important thing that Lubelskie gives advanced payments, that is, local government units with various financial conditions can apply for an advanced payments and then settle the payment after they have received the invoice. So we had approved more than 2,100 applications for advanced payments, with EU funds share in these applications accounting for 350 million zloty plus. And the advanced payments to beneficiaries accounted for 700 plus million zloty. So the total of the funds account for the 10% of the allocation under the program, that is more than 1 billion zloty. So let me stress that on top of this, over the last 10 days, we have approved 28 92 applications for more than 26 million of EU funds. So again, comparison versus other regions after the handover and settlement of investment with the applicants, it's quite good, really, I think. First place in terms of the number of applications settled, that is, advance payments paid out. What's also important, equally important, is the concept of the final settlement of the accounts with the European Commission. For each year, we set a certification level, that is a level to be certified with the European Commission concerning the amount of the payment applications settled, that is, funds paid out to beneficiaries. So far, in the 10 applications for payment, we have certified eligible expenditures, because only eligible expenditures are being certified with the European Commission, that is, those that have been settled with beneficiaries, well, cross-checked by the implementation department, by the financial management department, certification office. So 10 declarations submitted to the European Commission for the amount of 823 million zloty plus. So what's important in this is that the amount actually lets us apply for reimbursement the EU funds for Lubelskie, 85% of the total funds. So we have applied for more than 161 million euro, that is more than 700 million zloty. As for the Regional Development Fund, we have applied for more than 500 million zloty. So, last but not least, the objective of the certification with the European Commission is more than 1 billion zloty. So the objective, the goal, will be reached, I think, with some excess or surplus, so that January next year we will have some amount available for implementation of the annual objectives. Let me also show you the comparison of Lubelskie in terms of amounts applied for with the European Commission for payment of reimbursement of funds. So again, we are in the first place, the highest amount that we could apply for, because we have certified so much with the European Commission. So let us move now to specific priorities. So key information to convey to you, that is the outcomes so far. As for priority one, with the allocation of more than 111 million euro, and as I said before, on top of measure 1.1 implemented by our department, other measures are implemented by the Entrepreneurship Support Agency, and priority one, as of 30th of November, we have signed 33 contracts. So with this analysis, we had a lot of food for thought, because we are just in the process of the calls, but also will be publishing next calls for research and development, innovation, commercialization of research outcomes, support of innovation ecosystems. And we see that in some districts, we haven't signed any contracts at all. So we are starting a campaign just now in these districts. We want to encourage, we want to stimulate and talk to the entrepreneurs, companies, that it's worthwhile applying for EU funds. Let me just stress a very important event, the strategic projects for the critical research and development infrastructure. Why is it so important? Because these projects are due to the program contract, program agreement. These projects are the essence of research and development and innovation in the economic structure of Lubelskie. So these projects can only be implemented by research institutes, public research institutes with branches or agendas. So the identification of these projects is through a path developed by both the managing the department, economy department, but also the implementing department. So all the concept designs for these projects had to receive positive opinion by from the Ministry of Regional Policy and also the Ministry of Higher Education. So it's only after they got the positive opinion we could publish calls for thematic areas for regional research and development infrastructure. So in response to the calls, we received eight applications for the amount of nearly 50 million zloty. At this moment, we have a procedure of the formal assessment by the implementing department at Marshal's office.
When it comes to LAV, Local Agency for Entrepreneurship Support, please have a look at measure 1.2 and 1.3. We have already closed calls for these two measures. We have signed 58 agreements, 150 million of funding. Tomorrow, we are starting another series of calls for measure 1.2. Pay attention that in these measures, the support will go to 56 businesses. More importantly, they're going to buy equipment for laboratory research, for commercialization of knowledge, for R&D, for more than 20 million zlotys. As regards priority 1, for measures 1.2, 3, and 6, we have 61 businesses covered. More than 20 million euro, as I said before, for the purchase of equipment. Importantly, under measure 1.2 and 3, as many as 51 businesses already cooperate with some R&D centers. And particularly, measure 1.3 covers 31 R&D projects proper. Priority 2, please have a look. Economic transformation and digitization. more than 62 million of euro allocated, LAV and EFL behind the implementation. More regions of Lubelskie are involved. With almost every district, we have at least one agreement signed. In total, 190 agreements, most of them in the city of Lublin. It's different compared to other powiats and, of course, priority number one. Some of the key projects that will certainly drive the development of the region economy-wise. This is particularly measure 2.1, Digital Lubelskie. The number of agreements is not impressive, perhaps, but as many as 41 local government units are covered by the projects. These are partnership projects, and the amount already used for digitization of specific local government units is more than 60 million of European money. We are planning to start a new call for this area when it comes to measure 2.4, digitization of Lublin's SMEs, and this one enjoys a really great interest. During our last annual meeting with the European Commission, we proposed that more funds should be transferred to this very area. There is a long list of projects that have been assessed in a positive way, but without funding, without allocation. A total of 38 businesses have been supported under this measure to implement various digital and digital security technologies. A very important project, strategic project for Lubelskie is e-geodezja, e-land surveying. Allocation to this one is more than 100 million zlotys. Also, the state budget contributes. Why this project is so important? For the two previous perspectives, we carried out projects around the digitization of our region. Now we have about 30% left. 30% of the area of Lubelskie still not covered with data covering infrastructure, mains, shape of the land, etc. We want this project to cover the whole region that will be ultimately mapped digitally as a whole. And this is already happening. Now, measure 2.6, also very popular among our businesses, investment activities around SMEs. These are financial instruments, to put it in a nutshell. Lublin Agency for Entrepreneurship Development, LAV, was Poland's first entity to sign an agreement with the BGŻ, National Economy Bank. We were the first to propose such financial instruments. The EU funding for this agreement is almost 270 million zlotys. We are very advanced in this procedure of offering loans up to 200,000 zlotys to SMEs with up to 20% non-returnable. grace periods, repayment periods are also very flexible. You can see financial partners, the partners who have signed agreements with the National Economy Bank to offer loans. You will be able to speak to representatives of these entities downstairs at the reception desk, and you will be able to talk to them about possible funding. On the 30th of November, 201 investment agreements had been signed for SMEs for more than 100 million zlotys. 112 applications are being processed. Let me stress one more very important strategic project under Measure 2.7, Economic Marketing of Lubelskie 3. It is focused on establishing business contacts worldwide. It is run by Lubelskie Voivodeship, by the Department of Economy, and my friend, Mrs. Lawrence, will tell you more details about this initiative. Perhaps some of you would like to take this opportunity to travel to international fairs, expo events. So please approach representatives of entities responsible for implementing this measure downstairs. When designing this program, we came up with the idea that besides economic marketing done in a non-competitive way, that is, entrepreneurs come to us and the entire travel and stay procedure is done by the economy department of regional authorities. So we decided also to provide competitive calls. So entrepreneurs themselves were able to submit a project to LAVP, draw up their own strategy and travel plan, promotion plan, and implement it. And what happened? Well, these funds are no more. It was just a case study to see whether it is possible, and it proved really effective. 54 agreements were signed, more than 50 companies were supported in the area of internationalization of their business. The agreements cover more than 300 international business contracts. This is very, very important. And now a few words about the outcomes of concluded agreements. In priority 2, measures 2.1, 2.2 and 2.3 agreements have been signed for 2.2 already. Now we have 72 public institutions covered by support. They're already running the projects. As regards ITIs, 4 municipal functional areas already pursue their projects. There are 4 of them. And now more than 1,200 businesses have been supported under measure 2.4, 6, and 7. They can benefit from the financial instrument number 405. Out of this number of businesses, 405 are also covered by the dedicated financial instrument. Now, a few words about priority 3. environmental protection and climate change. As regards environmental protection and conservation, the allocation is pretty high for this priority, almost 200 million zlotys. Eco, security, climate change, small water retention, water and sewage management, prevention of droughts, upgrades to water treatment plants, circular economy, biodiversity. This is all covered by this priority. As regards agreements signed, on the 30th of November, we had signed more than 20 agreements, 23 agreements. Some applications are still being processed. As you can see, these agreements are distributed quite evenly across the region. Powiat Biłgoraj leads the way here with 6 agreements. A very important project I wanted to explain. This is one of the first projects launched by Lubelskie, March 2023. State Fire Service in Lublin signed an agreement with Lubelskie to run a strategic project, Poland's only project of this kind, because State Fire Service units previously had been able to take advantage of national projects only. But after our arrangements with the European Commission and the Ministry, our regional headquarters of State Fire Service was allowed to run a full and complementary project that will secure our region and will adapt our region to climate change, environmental change, and will secure us against civilization or natural threats. Now, 376 units have been supported. The project is underway. Some firefighting appliances are being manufactured now. They will be transferred to local government units, probably in January. The payment will be processed probably in December. And no less important, a project, perhaps a bit different, less infrastructure-based, a bit more soft, is measure 3.2, adaptation to climate change and prevention of floods and droughts. Because of the ecological situation, climatic situation we have, we would like every district of Lubelskie to establish climate consulting or climate advisory units. So the powiats, districts will employ a climate advisor who will build social awareness around climate neutrality. This kind of consultancy will cover technological and technical measures, a prudent use of environmental resources, energy efficiency, etc. As a result of the started calls, 13 districts set up climate consulting points financed under measure 3.2. Priority 4, effective use of energy. In this one, the allocation amount is 329 million euro. This priority rests on three specific areas: energy efficiency, thermo modernization, renewables, and street lighting. So, in other words, eco-efficiency and energy-saving solutions. 19 agreements were signed under this priority. You can see they are distributed quite evenly. Some powiats have as many as 10 or 9 agreements. So the projects are being done under partnerships.
Jesteśmy po naborze w ramach działania 4.1 realizowanego przez FRR. To był jeden z pierwszych naborów.
That was actually one of the first calls with 8 contracts signed with 10 buildings upgraded for energy efficiency. That is with thermal insulation upgrades. Next calls, including competitive calls, will be published next year. A large share of this priority is in financial instruments under the partnership agreement signed between the Ministry and the European Commission. So, over all these measures, we've got contracts signed with the Bank Gospodarstwa Krajowego, BGK. So, as for 3 measures, 4.6, that is energy efficiency and enterprises, there are loans being disbursed with funding partners selected. 4.7, the Regional Development Fund Department, RES, also loans available in here, and funding partners have been selected in this regard. And 4.10 years of RES in the economy operated by the Entrepreneurship Support Agency. As for 4.1, 0.2, 0.4 and 0.5 and 4.8, BGK is just before, it's just planning to publish the calls in the nearest future with all the measures, the remainder of the measures having been implemented. In 4.9, we are still negotiating the conditions with the BGK Bank. And now, as for 4.6, the loans are available to companies from August this year. The maximum amount of the loan is 15 million zloty. It is definitely for small and medium-sized enterprises with redemption possibility of up to 25%, interest rate of 2%, with the possibility to reduce that to 1.5%, with the waiting period provided in the contract. And the funding partners, here are the lists, as you can see on the slide. As 4.7, the Department of the Implementation at the Marshal's Office is in charge. That is individual loans for removal of asbestos materials, asbestos roofing, and material support. This loan has been available since June this year, with the funding level up to 65%, 1 year of waiting period, 0% interest rate. We have also loans for RES available since April, the maximum amount of 10 million zloty. And what's important here is that storage of energy well, this is being subsidized up to 45% of the loan amount. The interest rate is from 1.4% up to 3.4%, depending on the level of the subsidy. And measure 4.10, RES in companies or in enterprises, that is, RES installations at companies. It's also been available since April this year for SMEs, maximum amount 10 million zloty. Also subsidy for energy storage facilities with interest rates starting from 3.5%, well, down to 2.5%, 12-year repayment, the period 1 year of waiting period. As for the outcomes, 21 loans have been granted in these three measures for 21 million zloty. 18 applications are being processed at this moment for approximately 7 million zloty. These are being verified just now. As for promotional activities, the loans are being promoted quite widely, also by all the funding partners under the contract, by the BGK themselves, by the support entrepreneurship support agency, and by the departments of the Marshal's office. I would like to invite the heads of local government units and also entrepreneurs to visit the stands of the funding partners just to get detailed information about the loan options. The outcomes under the contract side, this is a summary of priority 4. Our assumption is that approximately 2,000 residential units will be improved in terms of energy efficiency characteristics with thermal installation upgrades both under ITIs and in financial instruments. As for entrepreneurs, under the contract signed, we'll have supported more than 180 businesses in thermal installation upgrades, and additional energy generation capabilities will reach more than 141 megawatts. Priority 5, that is green, clean transport, allocation of more than 127 million euro. And as you can see, well, there are some blank spots here, white spots. Why is that so? Because the first calls published in 2023 were calls under measure 5.3 for supporting low emission strategies. Because to apply for clean transport, that is under 5.1, 5.2, you need to have a plan for sustainable urban mobility. So we published a call twice for developing or for funding development of these plans. So under these calls, 7 out of 17 urban functional areas are just finishing their plan. So these are the contracts for Łoków, Ryki, Puław, Kraśnik, Zamość, Krasnystaw, and Włodawa cities that are just finalizing their plans. So at this moment, once we have published the calls for developing of the plans, we could publish the calls for investment projects. And such a call under 5.1 is ending tomorrow, 138 million of the allocation here. And under the ITIs, non-competitive call will be continuing until the end of May 2025. So as for 5.1 and point 2, that is sustainable urban mobility, the two calls are for procurement and organization of clean bus infrastructure, clean buses, but also charging and fueling zero-emission vehicles. But also, it's possible to implement under 5.1 the pedestrian and cycling routes and smart transport systems. So I would like to invite you all to apply for these funds. As you will see in a moment, the call under 5.1 will be renewed next year. So we assume under the calls for proposals that have been published so far that the capacity of the green public transport system will reach more than 1.5 million people. As for pedestrian and cycling routes, at least 62 kilometers to be built. As for the connection nodes, we assume 15 to be built. And as for the population under ITI strategies, approximately 4,000 people to be covered. As for supported ITI strategies, we assume 6 projects to be funded and completed. Priority 6, we have some experiences in this regard. Sustainable transport system, more than 228 million euro allocation. Measure 6.1, that is the regional and bypass roads. 6.2, traction systems, and 6.3, with the call being renewed. It's the second call. This public collective transport extended until the end of January next year. 3 contracts have been signed so far under this priority. One of these has been signed in partnership. Sorry, one is for the Opole district and Kraśnik district, the regional road 833. The next one is for Lubartów city, and the third one is for Lublin city. So these are the amounts of the contracts and the lengths of roads to be built or rebuilt, approximately 12 kilometers. So the project is well in progress with the value of 122 million euros of EU fund. As for competitive calls, we have 2 contracts signed, the city of Lublin and city of Lubartów, for the purchase of 20 hybrid-powered buses for Lublin and 2 mobile charging stations, well, for charging and fueling of the buses. And as for the city of Lubartów, the project covers 3 electric buses and 2 mobile charging stations. So we'll see the outcomes of the next call for proposals. There's a huge interest, so I hope that these funds available will be utilized fully. So just to give you a brief summary, I gave you the lengths of the roads to be upgraded, well, the clean vehicles in public transport. So that was the data there. Now, as for priority 7, the one that is perhaps the most advanced, I would say, out of all of those, because the calls have been published in all the measures, and the most contracts signed, 77 contracts with the allocation of more than 135 million zloty for preschool infrastructure, general schools, vocational schools, lifelong learning facilities, universities or higher education institutions, social integration institutions, but also healthcare infrastructure, including outpatient specialist the healthcare and primary care, with calls closed, contracts signed. We've got also cultural projects. Last year, April and May, we closed the calls, signed the contracts, and tourism. For tourism, the call for proposals was closed yesterday. The executive board actually approved the list, and the list of the projects to be funded is published on the website. As for priority 7, in all the measures, we have either contracts signed as for preschool the facilities, or the signing the contracts is in progress or planned for the nearest future. There are 3 districts, Ryki, Janów, Biłgoraj, and Chrubieszów, so 4 districts where we haven't got any contracts signed so far. But in the list of applications for funding, there are projects in these districts. Let me just stress that under priority 7, part of the allocation has been earmarked for a strategic project for extension of neuropsychiatrical hospital. So the construction works are ongoing for the new facility to host a regional center of mental health for youth and children. So the regional facility, regional center, will kind of have branches across the region in Cholewianka, Chełm, Radecznica, and Suchowola. It's a major project for us because statistics show that we should be worried. Well, more than 20% of children and youth, well, by the 18th year of life, identify themselves as emotionally disturbed, well, in need of psychological or psychiatric support. So just briefly, as for healthcare sector and the action plans, as for the action plans under the European Regional Development Fund, before we publish a call in for healthcare, the criteria and action plan need to be approved by the steering committee at the Ministry of Health. So all the action plans for the Regional Development Fund have been accepted in 2023 and 2024. Psychiatry, outpatient healthcare, e-health services. That is something that we still need to tackle. Primary specialist care, one-day care, e-health, and healthcare facilities going digital, but also strategic projects for the cancer center of Lubelskie that is being is in progress just now. So what are the outcomes of the contract signed? As at the end of November this year, under measure 7.1 and 0.5, 10 schools have received the support, and for healthcare infrastructure, 44 facilities are operating just now for specialist outpatient care or specialist primary care. That's the extension or upgrading or procurement of specialist medical equipment. As for tourism and culture, 47 of cultural and touristic facilities are being upgraded just now. Well, renovated, let's say upgraded for energy performance and so on. So each facility that is not adapted for the needs of people with disabilities, well, are being upgraded in this respect. So a number of projects completed. Now, ITIs in the previous perspective, as you could remember, 21 municipalities under one ITIs. Now we have 72 municipalities under 17 ITIs. So any urban functional area to apply had to develop ITI regional strategy or trans-local strategy. This strategy had to be assessed by the managing department. And as of today, I believe, well, we've got a lot of success in this regard with 16 strategies.
A 17 jest w trakcie poprawek. Także 16 miejskich obszarów funkcjonalnych może aplikować ośrodki i aplikuje.
So 16 regional, territorial, municipal functional areas may apply for funds, and they have already applied. Some of the calls finished are around digitization, sewage management, and also educational infrastructure. More than 30 applications for fundings. We have 4+2 agreements signed for measures 2.2, 3.5, and 7.5. This is a total of 48.5 million zlotys. Now, as regards some of the running calls, if some of you are from the municipal functional areas, there are still open calls for ecological security, low emission transport, municipal transport, measure 11.2, protection of natural heritage, development of tourism, 11.3, cultural tourism, protection of cultural heritage. So keep that in mind. These calls are still open. 11.3, this one finishes in January. Another new instrument and a new experience is the inclusion at the programming stage of another territorial instrument. This is the so-called IIT. It's a partnership by a number of municipalities. These municipalities are exposed to the risk of lasting marginalization, lasting exclusion. We have 60 million euro to allocate to tourism and culture areas in these municipalities. 3 partnerships have been set up already. They have developed the territorial strategies, they have been approved, and the municipalities have already applied for funds under first calls. We have calls under measures 11.5, 11.6, culture and tourism. 3 applications for funding have been submitted for the first one and one for the other one, 11.6. total of requested financing is almost 54 million zlotys. So don't hesitate, set up your partnerships to get funds for culture and tourism in a very broad sense. A very important aspect in our region are municipal regeneration programs. We have finished some of the first calls. Only those units were able to apply that had secured a positive opinion of their municipal regeneration program and had been listed on a special list run by the voivodeship. We have 46 local regeneration plans in place, 45 on the way, more than 130 euro to be distributed for various regeneration and renewal projects across the region. The total amount of funding for a project, both in urban and non-urban areas, is 110 million zlotys. In the first and second call, the allocation has been exhausted. The projects are now being examined. I think February, March, we should see the first decisions. The management of the voivodeship have split the allocation funds into two, one for calls already started, the other one for calls to be started in May next year. So please hurry up. Those units of local governments that are working on their municipal regeneration programs, please speed up your work, because this is the only and last chance, perhaps, to have access to this European money. What is ahead of us then? Well, certainly more calls in 2025. This is a tentative schedule for next year. 1.3 billion zlotys of allocation waiting. Tomorrow, we are announcing technology growth of enterprises. So I think this one is for entrepreneurs I mentioned at the beginning of my talk, those who haven't yet signed their agreements. On the 19th of December, we are starting a call for eco-security, and on the same date, protection of biodiversity in areas protected by different forms of protection. As regards ITIs, in January, we are planning to launch calls for educational infrastructure, and this is all infrastructure we can have: preschool, school, comprehensive, technical, lifelong, so all possible types of education will be covered, and this infrastructure is for all these types. As regards measures 5.1 and 7.10, these are kind of strategic calls and closely linked to each other. The Association of Districts and Municipalities will apply for a shared project of the development of cycling and walking or hiking routes in Roztocze. More than 130 kilometers of a new cycling route. They're working on the design documentation. The 30th of January is when the call starts. As regards measures 3.6, 3.7, this is February next year. Get ready for the upgrades, changes to municipal waste processing plants.
Mamy jeszcze kolejny jeden projekt niekonkurencyjny w tym działaniu, a między innymi
waste collection points,
która ma być realizowana
and
przez Szpital w Łęcznej. Działanie 3.7, odrębne działanie mamy.
One more of these calls is intended for the hospital in Łęczna, also around waste management. More than 25 million zlotys available. 3.7, 3.8, again, waste management within ITIs. Next series of calls starting March next year. Biodiversity protection, really high allocation, as Alexandra told you before. So protection of biodiversity, new plantings, afforestation, taking care of green areas. So very generous allocation, if I may put it this way. Also, an open, non-competition call around culture. This is under measure 7.9. Lublin's Osterva Theatre will be the beneficiary. These funds will be allocated to the conversion and upgrade of a 19th century municipal theatre in Lublin. It has never been upgraded, renovated. Some of the rooms are temporarily closed. Again, May regeneration of municipal areas, and June transfer of technology, digitization in healthcare facilities, and energy efficiency in buildings. The concept of this healthcare services digitization project must be confirmed, must be approved by the competent minister. We will keep you informed during training sessions, workshops planned for next year. Again, 4.1, non-competitive calls, energy efficiency. One of these projects is in Cholewianka for the local mental health service, and also one for the full set Osterva Theatre. Well, thermal insulation cannot be linked to culture, to measure 11.5. That's why it is divided into two. And low emission transport, June next year, 113 million. Some of these dates can be shifted. Some calls may be extended, especially if beneficiaries have their applications done, still waiting for some documents. They request Mr. Marshall to extend calls, and the procedure is in most cases extended to be able to accept as many applications as possible so that we can contract as many funds as possible. That would be it on my part. Thank you very much for your attention. Let me stress that we are always open to you, open to your requests, open to meet you. If you have doubts, questions around your projects, or even a concept behind a project, both our department and LAFP have our information points. Our department also organizes obligatory training sessions, open days, because we want to help you as much as we can to prepare good quality projects, because these projects are a great value, well, to the region, but also to our marshal's office, because if we don't have these projects, our work will not be needed by anyone. So this will benefit really everyone. Thank you, Madam Director. And of course, you can meet experts from the Department of European Funds, from LAFP, in this very building. Downstairs, we have also representatives of two companies responsible for the economic marketing of Lubelskie. They're also present here. And now, our next speaker, Elvira Lorenz, about the economic marketing of Lubelskie 3. It's a strategic undertaking for the development of the region, co-financed by the European Regional Development Fund under EFL 2021-27. Director of the Department of Economy, Marshal's Office of Lubelskie, Elvira Lorenz. The floor is yours. Mr. Marshal, ladies and gentlemen, thanks for having me here. If I may refer to what Director Brzyska said, the project Economic Marketing of Lubelskie is part of Measure 2.7, Lubelskie on foreign markets. I'll tell you some facts about this project and, of course, encourage our local entrepreneurs to be part of it. The main goal of the project is allowing Lubelskie SMEs to go global. We want to raise their competitiveness both in Poland and abroad. The target group are micro, small and medium businesses running their business in Lubelskie. They employ up to 250 staff and earn a turnover of below 50 million euro. We have 6 major tasks here. One is organization of foreign missions for Lubelskie SMEs and enable them to participate in international affairs. Task 3, organization and participation in business events in Lubelskie. Task 3, promotion of SMEs from our region at home and abroad. Task 4, setting up district Lublin business offices. 5, being more active in the area of the 3 Cs initiative. And 5, developing strategies of going global. So speak about task 1. Very briefly, in practice, the main advantages of this task are the following. Lubelskie SMEs can get funds to organize a foreign mission or travel to international industry fairs abroad, but also at home. What we can finance is the rental of space, exhibition space, pay for travel and other expenses, preparation of marketing or promotion documents, brochures, etc. If you want to learn more about calls for this task, visit www.gospodarka.lubelskie.pl. You can also add this website and this Facebook link to your official administration websites. Between April 2023 until November this year, we completed a number of foreign missions and we sent entrepreneurs to a number of foreign fairs and events, 27 trips, altogether almost 200 entrepreneurs traveling 4 continents, visited 15 countries.
Do czego chciałabym Państwa bardzo zachęcić, zwracam się tutaj szczególnie do przedsiębiorców, ale także do włodarzy jednostek samorządu terytorialnego, żeby
I may now address entrepreneurs, but also local governments to encourage local businesses to apply for these calls. New calls were announced yesterday on Facebook, Biznes Lubelskie page. So
destinations will be
next year, the
available.
companies may travel to the following places: the UK, United States, Japan, the Netherlands. These are multi-industry events and fairs. We can arrange stands, exhibition space. Check our website, check our Facebook and apply. Please. Task number 2. We help entrepreneurs to travel to workshop, conferences and different events.
So if you are willing to take part in such training, in such conferences, but also heads of municipalities, local government units, if you have a feeling that your entrepreneurs would be interested in such conferences and training, why don't you contact the Department of the Economy? So let's have a talk and we'll try to meet your expectations. Now, the promotion of SMEs in Poland and abroad, this is an ongoing project. As all the events attended by Lubelskie SMEs, we are supporting them with promotional activities. And just to give you an example of the project operated by the Department of Economy since 2007 is the Lubelskie brand. They're quite widely known among businesses in Lubelskie. Well, you simply get a certificate of the Lubelskie brand, being a confirmation of your innovative approach and environmental care. So this is basically the tool used for promotion of SMEs in Poland and abroad. Number 4. District business offices in Biłgoraj, Hrubieszów, Janów, Krasnystaw, Kraśnik, Lublin, Łęczna, Łuków, Świdnik and Włodawa districts. We are planning to open other district offices for businesses to be able to get information, economic information and intelligence that they would be interested in. So this is a kind of extension of the Department of Economy in the field, in districts themselves. Number 5, 3Cs initiative region network. So we are building cooperation projects between from the 3Cs initiative nations. So the upcoming opportunity to strengthen and network will be the local government 3Cs initiative Congress to be held in March next year. So during the Congress, we'll have the Economic Forum, where we'll be talking to businesses about their needs with B2B meetings, promotion of the local businesses networking. So please be invited to the Congress itself. Task number 6, as I mentioned at the outset, is a new task in this project. So it's a task that is, well, to meet the expectations of SMEs that haven't got the strategy to enter foreign markets. So we'll be preparing strategies for these enterprises in cooperation with experts. So businesses will be given necessary information to facilitate access to foreign markets, to market the products in foreign markets, and also to support promotion in Poland and abroad. You can get all the information concerning the economic marketing projects for Lubelskie third edition and the support available from the Department of the Economy can be accessed at these addresses on the web and on the social media. Thank you very much for your attention. Why don't you contact us, the Department of the Economy? We are at your disposal at any moment. Thank you very much. We'll be breaking for coffee, but before we do, let's watch just a short video to showcase the project.
Oferując im pomoc merytoryczną, finansową i organizacyjną, dzięki której mogą skupić się na tym, co najważniejsze, na rozwijaniu swoich firm.
With our project, businesses get the support to focus on their core projects and conquer new markets. As Lubelskie, we are focusing and we are committed to supporting competitiveness of our SMEs. That's why last year, mid this year, we signed the contract for the third edition of the economic marketing project for more than 55 million zloty, out of which 46 million comes from EU funds. It's a strategic project that is supporting our SMEs by promoting them internationally through participation in economic missions and fairs and exhibitions, but also realistically supporting them in developing their export strategies. This is the mission to support our SMEs in the global supply chains, and the EU funds cover the content-related, the financial and advisory support, thanks to which the SMEs can focus on their core activities. Well, time is of essence for the entrepreneurs. That's why the Department of Economy provides comprehensive support to SMEs in entering new markets with the program and organization of the trips to economic missions and fairs with funding of the organizations of the stands in the exhibition centers and covering transport costs. Together with the experts, we'll be also preparing personalized strategies for entering new markets. So the economic marketing project is not only supporting SMEs, but also building capacity of the region itself internationally. So any trip to foreign funds is an opportunity for networking with potential customers. And just staying where you are at your offices locally will not generate any sales leads. So at first, our the SMEs, well, simply often cannot afford to go there. So we are supporting them in doing so, and they got new contracts out of them. We've got new partners to work with. So generally, Lubelskie businesses offer premium quality products, and it's not only about beauty sector, but furniture, agriculture, food, and food products. They are perfectly prepared to represent Lubelskie abroad, and with this kind of projects, we got an opportunity to showcase our capacities not only in Poland but also abroad. We have published 2 calls so far for this project. 96 businesses have applied. 95 have been approved for more than 10 million zloty funding. We are supporting them in organizing their stands at economic missions and fairs, to network, to sign new contracts, and more than 330 contracts to be signed. This is what we expect, with dozens of economic missions to be attended. So why don't you just go to a trade fair with our support? You will find all the information at our website. This is funded by the European Union. Why don't you pass this information to your colleagues and your peers, and you can network with those through Arcus IT systems. This business that is eligible, that has been qualified for the next IT mission for Lubelskie, and also a candidate for Lubelskie the brand certification. So you'll get all the information about your businesses going digital based on the AI solutions, the smart printing solutions, 3D printing, and so on. And also Doctronic, the vendor. It's also a participant of the economic marketing project. IT applications and web applications, mobile and web-based, to show you how different sectors can use the support. Why don't you contact these 2 providers? You will also have the opportunity to contact the experts from the Department of Economy and also the Lublin Entrepreneurship Support Agency, just on the first floor. Also, will have a stand for the interactive education, the materials, with a lot of projects being displayed there, including Zoom of Nature, the project. There's also the BG Key bank stand and the funding partners stand, who will provide you information on loans available to both businesses and local government units under the European Funds 2021-2027. Now let's break for coffee and let's reconvene in 15 minutes. Thank you.
Bardzo się cieszymy, że wciąż są Państwo z nami. Pozdrawiamy serdecznie również tych, którzy oglądają stream z konferencji na YouTubie, na profilu Fundusze Europejskie dla Lubelskiego.
Everyone, welcome back. Just to remind you, we are with us also on YouTube. And of course, the same channel will later on provide a recording of this talk. We're moving on to the second segment of today's meeting, starting with panel number 1. We'll talk about innovation in practice, how to apply new technologies in business. New technologies not only enable doing business, but also build a competitive edge and also resilience on the market. The moderator, Elwina Lorenz, Director of the Economic Department, Marshal's Office. The first speaker, Bartosz Przysłucha, AI expert, new technologies enthusiast, researcher. We also have with us on this panel Institute 42, new technologies expert, Rafał Garbacz, also an expert in the applications of AI. Our next speaker, 30 years in IT business, providing products and services to private and public entities, specializing in ERP and CRM systems, Maciej Czernaś. Software house Doctronic is the next speaker, technology partner for many well-known brands, Marek Golan. And the Regional Center for Innovation and Technology, Arkadiusz Gałązka. Elwira, over to you.
Dzień dobry. Szanowni Państwo, niezmiernie miło, że mogę dzisiaj poprowadzić
Hello everyone, welcome.
ten panel.
Gentlemen, I have the pleasure to share this panel. A very interesting topic, innovation in practice. I believe this is your daily business, daily routine. Let me open with the following question. What do you mean by innovation, modern technologies? Does every change provide innovation? Technological novelties, are they breakthrough moments or turnarounds in your companies? How do we know that we're dealing with innovation? I'm not sure if you agree with me, gentlemen, but innovation is something that, well, in a way, doesn't exist in practice because we have so many phases and dimensions of it, whether regional, technological, process, business. We have innovation in very soft processes like management. So innovation is something that is hard to grasp. It doesn't exist here and now. This is something about change, about introducing something new, sharing knowledge, improving things. It may have different sizes, scales, dimensions. It may affect various areas. That's why it's not easy to understand it or define it. Well, in my opinion, for everyone, an organization, innovation is what helps you develop, that helps you grow or work faster. Something is innovative in one area, something else in another. For some people, AI is innovation today. For others, it may be something else. So a specific solution may not be necessarily innovative for a specific organization because organizations are different, are at a different level of development, digitization, etc. So innovation can be interpreted differently on a case-by-case basis. So you say innovation is something that doesn't exist, but on the other hand, we need it for change, for innovation. So how do we make the best of it in our processes, in our businesses? And well, budget-wise, well, in order to bring innovation to your business, you need to have a budget, depending on what you need, depending on what you want to optimize. It can be a larger or smaller budget, but it's never €100. This €100 will not make your company run faster. So besides having a budget, so for a purchase of a technology, we need to also take care of maintaining it. So once you choose a vendor to provide some technology to make a company work better, on the other hand, for the safety of a business, you need to make a deal with the vendor to make them available and the time later on for consultation. Implementing innovation is sometimes relatively easy, or it's easy to do it the wrong way. I have seen many cases where innovations didn't really do the trick, were not very successful. This is like building a house. If you fail to make strong foundations, the whole structure may tilt or collapse. So we are, of course, flooded with commercials, advertisement that tell us if you pay this AI plugin for your computer for $20 a month, your company will be so innovative. It doesn't look so. As responsible business people, first we have to identify what doesn't work in the company very effectively, and we have to start optimizing, improving these smaller areas. But don't do it at a time. Too many changes, too many revolutions at a time may really make your business fail. So you compare it to building a house. So what is the foundation? Well, I don't fully agree with my pre-speaker. Okay, but let's go back to foundation. What is a foundation of this house? I think it's a good plan and people and personnel within your organization. As companies that wish to implement new technologies, you need to have a budget, you need people who will plan it, you need great implementers, great planners, and a very meticulous step-by-step process in place. What about you, gentlemen? Well, in my view, I would stress three aspects. A very important point is your goal, something realistic, something measurable. For some people, this goal may evolve over time. So it must be realistic and pursued as it is until the end. Then, of course, you need a leader who will manage this innovation, someone experienced, someone who will be able to make decisions. And three, team, that's clear. There are always people behind innovations. We, the people, implement innovations. We want to make the best of them. So the team is really what counts. So referring to what Marek said, for 80 zlotys, you can have ChatGPT that you can use, play with, learn from in a national intermediary body, together with some entrepreneurs. We also have recently launched an AI program or strategy, because many companies don't know how to use ChatGPT, for example, or similar AI tools, to establish some, if I may put it like this, if you invest in this paid plan, it can really generate great outcomes. It may help you produce documents. Even myself, I once wrote a request to LAVP generated by AI. If in this room you don't use AI, it does mean someone else, who maybe is your competition, doesn't use it. So I would invest this 80 or 100 zlotys to have it. Well, I fully agree with what you have said. Need identification is relevant. From the perspective of someone who carefully watched the process of obtaining European funds for specific projects, I can tell that, well, some people say, there is money, we should apply for it. It doesn't matter what we spend it for. I think this is behind us. This is a thing of the past. Now we have a better idea of what we need and spend the money on a specific purpose. Now, you're talking about team. You have to ask yourself whether the team has a specific competence, specific set of skills, or maybe they should be developed. So that's yet another opportunity, perhaps, to grow it, to implement even better. And speaking about innovation as such, going back 20, 25 years, when we started with the first integrated program of regional development, I remember there was even a definition of innovation at the national level, at the international level. So knowing our Polish tendency to be creative, might be over-creative, some people try to cheat a bit or stretch this definition to get innovation certificates so that they get a better scoring when applying for funds. I think we don't have it anymore, luckily, and attempts to formally define innovation mostly fail, in my opinion. Well, if you have 1 million zlotys, you will spend this 1 million zlotys. I used to run a startup. I had 1 million, and we spent it in the wrong way. And the trend is today that innovation, implementation of innovation, to be separated from the regular business. I mean, if there is European funds and I want to sell you something using these funds, I will try to convince you that you need to buy it. Even if you don't need it, I think there should be more invested into consultancy. If we stick to this example of AI, I think external consultants who are not linked to companies that have an interest in selling a specific software, only they can give you unbiased, straightforward advice. Well, agreed. I think we don't have to really compare innovation to building a house. We don't need to build or develop innovation in our house. In our company, we can also implement from outside. If you have your knowledge base, if you have a specific portfolio or offering, and what you need is perhaps an automated mailing system. This is some sort of an innovation in your company that you can have if you just purchase a license to cover a specific number of emails. This is innovation already because it speeds up certain processes. Certainly, we have to talk to companies, vendors that will map our processes and tell us what we need, because it's usually us, the companies, we tend to believe that we know everything about a company. Because from inside, we sometimes miss certain perspective. You need an audit, you need an external player to have a look at your business from the bird's eye view, and they can tell you, they can at least suggest what should be improved. Therefore, you will not pay for an unnecessary solution because someone sells very well, but you will get what you really, really want. But this is only possible based on an external audit. Because you may always be satisfied with the whole business, or you may be dissatisfied with the whole business because you miss some nuances. Well, as you say, new innovation, new technologies help improve our work, our life. Basically, we talk a lot about improvement, but as in any balance sheet, there is profit and loss, there are risks and opportunities. So the idea of AI that you're talking about, perhaps the youngest child of all innovation, we know it is being used, makes our life easier. On the other hand, these wonderful effects really lead to some fears about the future of humanity. So tell us about the advantages of AI, and of course tell us about the threats behind it, how to mitigate them. If I may start this round of questions, I'm more afraid of quantum computers than AI, because what quantum computers are about to bring is a greater threat, in my opinion, for example, in terms of cybersecurity. Now, as regards AI, I fear the social aspect of it most. I think it might kill creativity in younger generations. Well, our generation perhaps will take advantage of it because we know how to handle things on our own. So ChatGPT or other language models, they can perhaps think a bit for us, support our creative processes, but for the young generation, it will do more harm than good. They will not learn creativity if they keep using ChatGPT every day. So the point is how to make this young person not be addicted to it, how to make this person be part of society that is likely to be fully automated very soon.
I think that your grandmother would agree with you. When you first took the mobile phone, I mean, your grandmother would say your generation would be lost. So, coming of age, I would say, when I changed my views. So we tend to say, well, the youth are not so good. Just not well. They have different challenges. So we just simply get rid of what we don't like doing. There are a lot of routine work, at businesses, that the personnel would like to get rid of. So why don't we just delegate to AI and just focus on creativity? So what I see in our organization, well, I'm a big supporter of new technologies, innovation as such, but I think that benefits prevail. You have numerous examples of benefits, well, boosting the competitiveness, process optimization, boosting profitability, and so on. But if we are to talk about risks, let me share an example with you. When implementing the integrated management systems in organizations, we meet with fears that, well, they will be simply, released, dismissed from work with a new system or with an AI solution. So, a fear of layoffs is really huge. And I've been dealing with implementation of projects for 30 years now. So a lot of experience, in implementing just a single product, really. But I have never seen an organization where the new solution would reduce the fear among personnel. The point is that new technologies tend to, well, grow and develop, quite quickly, leading the sectors. So any the risk really that may be perceived by businesses can be transformed into a benefit in the end. Well, I would agree. AI may kill creativity, in young generations. We have we may be sentimental at times. So we know it's a record player. When we want to listen to an analog the record. So we can do without AI, but the younger generations don't know that. Perhaps they won't be able to prepare documents well without an AI. And now, what about certainty that the AI model had been properly trained, had prepared the document with reliable data and so on. So we can input our the data into the model, but we don't know what happens next. So there's a lot of us, a lot to do for us to improve in this regard. Well, younger generations simply don't realize that ChatGPT may be wrong. There's a lot of research at the university the level, saying that 40% of those using ChatGPT would claim this is perfectly reliable. So perhaps it's a matter of the education. Perhaps we have failed in communicating that AI models could hallucinate or provide unreliable data. So perhaps raising awareness is key. Well, very well put. I mean, whether AI or new technologies in general, I think that we should not so we shouldn't sow fears among general public, but we should raise awareness. We should provide education to users of these tools. It's a absolutely basic thing. Of course, there are there is possibility that the underground hackers can actually stay behind certain models of the AI to manipulate us. So to be aware of these risks is key. Well, we are talking about the conversation the AI, but AI tools are cover a broader range of the activities. We had AI tools before to analyze medical the images, for instance. Now, the medical university at our city perhaps will use AI to bring people out of coma in multisensory therapies, or the voice identification, the procedures based on a 30-second sample. With options to give specific instructions. Well, it's all possible. You can send a bank transfer to someone using this. It's a risk, but on the other hand, there's a benefit of unbelievable. Really can bring people out of PTSD with the AI. Of course, medical area is key. There's one thing that we won't have, definitely, surveillance and the recognition of individuals. We won't be having this in the EU for sure for human rights reasons. I remember, the case where UK's special services, prepared a model for comprehensively analyzing, behavioral patterns. Soon we will have full regulation at the EU level of these matters. Of course, the situation is quite different in China, you can be fined just crossing the road based on image recognition in central systems. So these aspects of surveillance, tracking the individual's personal data protections and so on. Well, this may be a risk here. Well, I really fear this ACTA regulation. Mind you, it will block the AI on iPhones. So perhaps we get ourselves excluded from the the future. I mean, we won't be accessing, a variety of tools in the EU because they will be blocked under the law. So to limit the accessibility of new technologies for the fears of personal data breaches, we'll exclude ourselves from the technological race. Well, the all the AI tools and even national legislation with the tendency to over-regulation. So I understand cybersecurity sector. Well, it's absolutely key to have full protection. But I would agree with you. Well, we tend to regulate before something happens. We didn't invent any the technologies ourselves, even if it was people of Polish origin set up the company, the startup in the Delaware. But they thrive outside of the European Union because the European Union actually blocks the development instead of giving us some drive forward. So if startups apply for EU funds today, they tend to think whether or not, if they are given a subsidy or a grant, they will be blocked by regulatory in the environment. So over-regulation is a risk here. The Polish delegation actually was successful in providing for free scientific research. Although the outcomes won't be able to be commercialized because of those regulatory restrictions. So we know the benefits of AI, new technologies. We know the risks. And you also gave us some examples of how to minimize the risks. Well, security, monitoring, and education. Gentlemen don't talk about money, but why don't we, given the thematic area of this conference, let's talk about the funds and the budgets needed to deploy innovation at businesses. So based on your experiences in acquiring funds for new technologies, well, perhaps I have the least experience in this regard, but recently we have developed an AI policy, to be submitted to the ministry, and one of the diagnostic documents showed that despite the good statistics, is just the fourth or fifth worst in the ranking in Europe for the overall innovation figures. Of course, perhaps we may be growing dynamically in this regard. But I think that globally speaking, perhaps the funds available are too little to invest, but also given the private investment level, given the structure of businesses in Poland, SMEs account for the lion's share of the enterprises in Poland. So the funding for private-public partnerships there is too low in terms of investment in AI tools. Well, my experience shows that we use EU funds mainly for training of personnel. So, a commercial enterprise, is kind of limited in accepting, the training, because they need to do their work simply. They need to pursue their core business. But we've got a lot of partners using our systems based on EU funding. To give you an example, and a series of projects with universities, as WPS, one of the largest private universities, Leon Koźmiński Academy, or the High School of Economics, and the majority of the projects were deployed, with the EU funding, the social fund or regional development funds. So there are customers utilizing the funds, and we see the palpable, tangible outcomes, and that's why we deploy innovation. Let me just reverse the roles a bit. But when I saw the figures in your presentation, my question to you as businesses would be, there was 38 projects for 38 million. So the average is 1 million per project. So, of course, would need to analyze what kind of projects these were. But do you think that the level of funding was sufficient, from the point of view of a single project? Well, I would disagree. I mean, well, it depends. You can achieve a lot for 1 million zloty. You can create a new technology, but you won't build a new factory, an automated or robotized factory. But a lot can be done, really, for this money. I don't use EU funds as such. So, but with the customers that I work with, a large the customers, mature, well informed with their own budgets for new technologies, for both creation in-house and for procurement, because they know that, such technologies will give them competitive advantage. So they simply don't have a choice. I mean, to be competitive, they need to invest in innovation. And well, 1 million zloty may be pivotal in doing so. Well, there's one company that's a very active player in foreign markets, participating in economic missions and trade fairs. So do you think that such trips, visits, the opportunities to see new technologies in foreign markets, does it help in deploying new technologies in a company? Well, definitely, yes. We are planning a joint trip to the UK to BET trade fairs, for a shared stand, supported by the region, by Lubelskie, and for a company, as said before, well, to finance such a trip, it is quite difficult, just as to organize the trip. So when we join forces, it gives us, great opportunity to show off with our products and services. So we offer an international product. So we have, foreign customers, but it's really, difficult to approach foreign customer on your own. So we hope to get networking opportunities through attendance at trade fairs. There are a lot of economic missions and foreign trips and fairs. Well, last year, this year, next year, well, Pardubice, the Las Vegas conference, new technologies, the AI San Francisco fairs, with a large group of Lubelskie entrepreneurs attending. So do you think that this very opportunity to go there and just and check what innovations are being developed abroad, and then returning to Poland, is it worthwhile? I mean, is it easy to implement, foreign technologies in Poland? What we need to do to be successful? Well, there's a resistance. I mean, we don't have to go abroad. There's a lot of talented people going abroad to work. Although Lublin itself attracts, a lot of specialists and experts as well, and we have case studies in this EFST or the other companies, sharing the contacts, attracting the talent, and so on. The point is that the SMEs, but also public sector, always often don't understand that they need to develop. Their perspective is limited, to their term of office or the term of CEO, and that's it. Perhaps they are unwilling to they change the organizational structure or to align with the trend as needed. The point is that perhaps if we provide education, if we raise awareness, that such activity would boost their competitive edge, it would be much more successful in promoting this. Now we have excellent experts, and I saw it myself going to economic missions abroad, where they presented the businesses. So a company like that, what challenges does it have to enter into cooperation with a foreign partner? How can we make their lives easier in this respect? I had the pleasure to attend one of the economic missions this year, and I believe that we shouldn't attract foreign technologies to Poland, but we should push out our technologies into other markets. We shouldn't shy away from that. We shouldn't be ashamed of what we have. We have excellent products, excellent people, excellent services, but for our the offer to to be visible abroad, we need to showcase, if only through going to the economic missions, but then you need to nurture and maintain business contacts. So a business mission can be, a good test for us, or an opportunity to check whether it's worthwhile investing money there. Once we make a decision, you need to, bring your projects forward. That's it. Well, when talking to
Well, I spoke to companies visiting San Francisco's mission last year. They have no complexes. They are very ambitious, ready to implement and export their technologies. And besides business contacts, what is also relevant, and it's a great value in this project, is showing our entrepreneurs or legislators in a specific country what is relevant to win the market. Some countries also have specific, or their people have specific mindsets that are conducive or not to doing business. We have to also be sensitive to it. What about university, business, local government? Tell us about this kind of cooperation. Tell us about how this can contribute to our expansion on foreign markets. Speaking about this kind of cooperation, I do work in business, I do work at university. It's not easy to raise or educate new cadre in AI, in modern technologies. Before 2025, we were promised to have 250,000 specialists in most demanding market niches. This is not going to happen. Now, very few universities teach AI at a high level. So we don't have implementers. We don't have teams in place. The only people around are like lone wolves, aficionados, learning, studying the technologies on their own, and researchers, university people. So when business comes to university, talks to an expert, they entice them to join the business, and they're gone from university. And this business university partnership is actually double taxed. About more than 50% of grant that pays off the researcher's salary is gone from the project's budget. So from the university perspective, it doesn't pay to keep this scientists with this project, doing this project at university. So only universities with a large body of experts that can build interdisciplinary teams, that has access to specialists in many fields, they can build huge capital. Also that businesses can learn from, they can even borrow from universities, either know-how or experts. And this is only about designing innovation. Of course, implementation is done by a business. So we have really poor outcomes of what is going on at a university. We have double taxation. If there is less tax levied on innovation at universities, I think that will speed up some things. There'll be more innovation, more personnel, and greater business. Of course, some people will move west, but their place will be quickly taken up by new ones. I think, if I may put it in a nutshell, this fuel for university, I think, what is it? If you're an entrepreneur, if you know what AI is, if you know what really aches you or your institution, then you should talk to university, to an institute, to a company, describe your problem in your own words, and ask someone from university, can you resolve it technologically? Of course, if you meet someone there, well, there are people there. Come on, many people are there, sometimes doing different things, but being passionate about new technologies and AI. I know there are few such people. The university should help them, should promote them, but it doesn't happen that often. Well, if we, on a more optimistic note, well, I am being optimistic, mind you, but if you feel like, well, universities, I think, can train AI experts, they don't. But if you take, for example, Wojciech Zaremba, one of the founders of AI, he graduated in Poland, of course, making a career in the United States, but he was trained in Poland. He was the father, the architect of many solutions that we use on a daily basis. I think the people from Lublin, they designed this shooting range simulation program, and they even designed this cap that they sent to Mars the other day. I think we have good graduates, but not too many. And they were trained previously in specific general areas. Only when entering the business, they started to learn more narrow or specialized fields, including AI. Sometimes a commercial entity that wants to make money, of course, they also generate such needs. And in a way, forces universities, scientific centers to upgrade and train youth, undergraduates to meet the needs of the market. And we have to really support this trend. Well, as a representative of local administration, I can tell you that we are on the same side. Business, university, administration, we are on the same side. And this cooperation is absolutely necessary. So there is a need for cooperation to make new projects come true, to make innovations come true. Well, let's close like this. Gentlemen, your final point that you would like to leave us with, how to implement innovations effectively. Good and wise people, don't worry to play with what you have, even for free. Try to explore what is out there on the market. Determination, free time to do what Rafael proposed. Don't be afraid to use what is at hand consciously, especially AI. Yes, AI is a good slave, but it can also become your good lord, and be careful not to make it happen. Okay, so let's cooperate. Let's stay safe. Thank you, gentlemen, for being with us, for sharing. And thank you, everyone else, for listening, for your attention. Thank you, dear speakers and Madam Host. Well, innovations, as we have heard, is to be or not to be for many companies, and they must be aware of that. So investing in innovation is absolutely key. We are about to start another panel, this one devoted to financial instruments intended for SMEs. They are very important because they help small companies grow, but also develop their digital footprint. Before we move on to the panel, watch this short video together. Preferential loans for entrepreneurs. Renewables is the future. We can build it together with European funds. Our company has always been eco-friendly, so building a biogas plant has always been our dream and our goal. Without European money, we wouldn't be able to do it. Thanks to European support, the new biogas plant in our municipality is becoming a reality. The amount of loan, 10 million zlotys. Thanks to EU funds, our residents and entrepreneurs can benefit in many ways. They can invest in new technologies, energy efficiency, renewables. The loans offered by the partners of the Bank of National Economy have very preferential terms, grace periods, long repayment periods. European funds for Lubelskie offer a wide variety of financing opportunities. Under the European Funds for Lubelskie program, up to 2027, we have entered into 16 agreements with the Bank of National Economy for 1.5 billion zlotys of funding, co-financed by the EU.
wspierać rozwój, ale także zwiększyć
Time
poziom
to have a closer look at financial instruments
Ten panel dla
that
Państwa
support the growth
Europejskiej Agencji
of
Rozwoju
SMEs.
Przedsiębiorczości, pan Marek Neckier, którego serdecznie zapraszam. Poproszę o
Marek
udzielenie mu
Neckier,
slajd.
the head of Lublin Agency,
Już za
local
chwilę na
agency
naszej
for
scenie pojawią się
entrepreneurship
eksperci i
support,
eksperci, w tym
will
pani
host
Agata
this
Gryłek z
program,
Departamentu
and the
Instrumentów Finansowych z
experts
Banku Gospodarstwa Krajowego, która
in this
obecnie
panel
zajmuje się wdrażaniem projektów
are the following: a
wykorzystujących
representative
fundusze
of the Bank
unijne,
of
doświadczenie
National
finansowe w
Economy,
sektorze finansowym, w tym w banku BPH,
an
pani
expert
Anna Gajewska.
in
Witamy bardzo
financial
serdecznie.
sector, Anna Gajewska.
W panelu weźmie udział również prezes Biłgorajskiej Agencji Rozwoju
We also have with us
Instytucji Otoczenia
President of the Biłgoraj
wspierania
Regional
sektora MŚP,
Development
Mateusz Bury.
Foundation that supports SMEs, Mateusz Bury.
Z nami na scenie już za chwilę dyrektor działu instrumentów finansowych w Lubelskiej
Another
Fundacji
speaker,
Rozwoju, jako członek
Director
zarządu Polskiego
of
Związku Funduszy Pożyczkowych
the
w Lubelskiem
Department
Fundacji
of
Rozwoju
Financial
Regionalnym i Państwa
Instruments,
Funduszy Pożyczkowych,
representing the
prezes Asocjacji
interests
Funduszy
of
Pożyczkowych, inicjator i
loan
opiniotwórca w
funds
zakresie
from the
opracowania
whole country,
instrumentów dotyczących metod wdrażania zwrotów
expert in
kosztów
legislation
finansowania MŚP.
concerning the
Pan Piotr
implementation
Hawer.
of
Zapraszam
returnable
serdecznie i poproszę o
SME
udzielenie
funding
dla
instruments, pan
naszego
Łukasz
gościa
Grabul.
oraz członek zarządu firmy Turbo Spółka ZOO, pan Marcin Dębiński. Poproszę o branie
And CEO of Turbo, Maciej Dębicki.
Nowa Medical Group, nowoczesne
And
placówki medyczne
last but
i
not least,
POZ,
CEO
Jakub
of
Gąsiorowski. Witamy bardzo
Medical
serdecznie.
Group,
Dziękuję
Jakub
za przyjęcie
Gąsiorowski.
zaproszenia do udziału w tym właśnie panelu.
Thank you everyone for accepting our invitation. Director Neckier, over to you. Good afternoon. This panel will address the support from European funds, the so-called returnable support. LOVE, my organization, has signed 3 out of 15 agreements with the Bank of National Economy. They cover developmental loans, support for businesses. This is 682 million zlotys worth of agreements. So the Bank of National Economy has selected funding partners. We have their representatives here today with us, so businesses may apply to them for loans. Director Brzyska before explained some of these financial instruments in detail. Today we'll focus on developmental funds and loans provided on preferential terms to SMEs. This is measure 2.6. It's a great array of possibilities that unfold before entrepreneurs. So let's talk about the benefits of external funding, EU funding, and let's talk about some practical aspects of this funding. We want to create space for discussion, for exchange. In our panel, we have 2 businessmen who I believe will share some of the practical aspects within our topic. My first question to Madam Director from the Bank of National Economy. Tell us what is so special about EU funding instruments, EU loans, and do they enjoy interest of entrepreneurs? Well, let me start with the following statement. Lubelskie was Poland's first to launch this form of support for businesses from, of course, from the region. It was evidence that this form of funding that many businesses had used previously in the previous financial perspective is already around in Lubelskie. Such strategy and policy of the management board of Lubelskie has made this funding really unique. Why? Why is it so? This is not because of certain financial parameters like interest, grace periods, etc. Perhaps you will, gentlemen, tell us about it in a moment. What is unique is how this money is made available and what it can be spent on. They were so prepared as to respond to the needs of the regional program because there are certain metrics, certain indicators in the program that must be met. But of course, they are also supposed to respond to the needs of businesses. They should be tailor-made to specific needs of businesses. So there's a whole spectrum of needs, investment, expenditure. In the previous panel, you heard about innovation, new technologies, launching new products and services. But more importantly, this is done at the level of specific businesses, not at the level of the country. So companies in their business plan are supposed to show solutions that will help them grow, stay on the market, respond to clients' needs. The same with digital needs. Companies measure such needs on their own, identify them on their own, whether they need e-services or new hardware. These loans from European funds are targeted at these specific needs. When it comes to the purposes, to what this money is spent on, these funds, these loans can finance the whole catalog of expenditure from the area of new technologies, new services. There are no limitations. The business plan must be so designed as to highlight specific benefits that the company may reap once implementing a new technology. And this technology is to deliver surplus that will allow the company to repay the loan. And another thing is these loans are distributed by partners. We have representatives of these partners here with me in the panel. They are strongly entrenched in the business environment. They know the needs of businesses and what is not available in commercial loans. The partners actually provide advice, actually consult the loaners' applications. They explain how they should design their business plans. So, because these are the requirements. So, simply put, it really works wonders, and this funding is available.
So more than 100 million zloty grants disbursed. So it speaks for itself. So it's so easy to get the loans, which means that the financial instruments are well designed and fit for purpose. And the instruments, of course, wouldn't have the success without the experience of our partners, BGK, and the commitment of the managing authority, but also intermediary body. So without waiting for the market, we are just pushing forward. So my next question goes to Mateusz Bury, head of the funding institution, our partner. That is, well, the institution, disbursing the loans. So we mentioned, the combination of loans and grants for the early stage businesses. Can you just give us a list of conditions to be met by businesses to be able to use the loans? With partial redemption or up to 25%, I believe. So, what benefits for businesses you have from this instrument? Hello, everyone. So as to the financial instrument, with the redemption option and the conditions to be met for a business to apply for this kind of support, well, the key condition is, it must be an SME or micro enterprise seated in Lubelskie. And an essential component in this kind of support, it needs to be an enterprise that is no longer on the market than 36 months prior to the application, or a company then returns to the market after a break no longer than 6 months. So these are the threshold conditions for a business to apply for the support. And of course, the businesses must be in good standing, under EU regulations. So there are the first two conditions that a business needs to meet to be eligible. And the purposes of the funding, well, the previous speaker actually gave us a good idea of that. The spectrum of funding is very broad. But just to referring to innovation, well, the funding must be linked somehow to innovation at business level, and innovation in a small and not capitalized letter. So it needs to be something new, something novel at the business level, either a product or a service, or new marketing methods, new methods of work organization, or a new approach to relations with the external the surroundings. And we do not require a formal opinion on innovation, as said before. It perhaps is a matter of of a good description in the application that this component of innovation will be there and will be pursued in the project. What's also important is that the support can be granted to the components of the final investment project, which, as at the day of granting the support, have not been completed yet. It's an important thing. It tends to be forgotten among businesses. And as to the features of the support instrument itself, well, a maximum of 2 million zloty. This is what you can apply for. And as to the benefits, this referring to your question directly. Well, with this support instrument, the development loan with redemption options, the most important benefit is the redemption option. It's up to 25% of the principal, with 3 parts of the redemption, maximum of 10% to be redeemed if the investment project is completed in a marginalized area as defined by the local government of the region, so major part of Lubelskie, really, or in the area of medium-sized cities like Biała Podlaska, Lubartów, Łuków, and others that I have just mentioned. Those middle-sized the cities that are losing their social functions, and up to 10% to be redeemed if the investment project is matches the regional innovation strategy within a smart specialization of the region, plus additional options if an SME is applying for the funds. it's really important information to, especially to those businesses that are just starting the operations. Well, the availability of partially redeemable loans is the really great news to them. You mentioned the benefits of the loans, which must be of interest to the audience here. Could you give us specific examples of successful investment projects? Just a few, some outstanding cases of the loans. What were the purposes? What were the uses that the businesses actually made of the loans? Well, among others, that would be an investment project by one of the businesses with a closed perinatal healthcare facility with the purchase of equipment for the e-health or telemedicine the solutions, but also much simpler the investment, like a car garage for the full diagnosis in EVs, or funding for the mobile generator of anhydride. There's, the flooring, the compounds with, specific strength parameters, and so on. Or purchase of equipment to a business that is planning to market cosmetics. So low value loans, low level funding made available, which, however, allows these businesses to expand their operations, which would otherwise be completely unaffordable to them. Just to give you another example, there was the business, making clothes, and the owner was trained to be a driving instructor, for instance. Right, we'll see in a moment, but I would now like to ask Jakub Kubik-Gąsiorowski how the medical group that you are in charge of, how did you use the loan funds, and what was the impact of the investment project on your growth? So I'm from a generation that was born with new technologies. So the huge benefit behind the loan. So why I decided to use this instrument among any others available. There's the freedom of of the purposes, freedom to choose the products to be funded. It's specific targets in other projects that need to be indicated. Well, purchase of computers or a server, or the security system for the server. But this is something obvious to me. It's nothing new. It's nothing technologically advanced. To me, new technologies or disruptive technologies, well, AIs that was mentioned before. So we got the loan to purchase an innovative platform for describing the Holter examinations in medical settings. So the experts from Krakow actually developed an AI product that analyzes and describes the AKG the signals within 10 minutes, then just a brief 2-minute interview with the patient by a doctor, and that's it. So with such technologies, and we look around for any available to make the patient the journey to the specialist as short as possible. So we have a specialized the product that could only be funded through these financial instruments. There were no other available for this purpose. So the benefit was huge in our case. And our patients can tell you that unfortunately there are none with us, but I'm extremely satisfied, and I see extreme satisfaction among our patients, and we get more and more patients. And specialists, doctors, actually come to us. They want to work with us, and we simply grow. I'm really glad to hear that, and to hear that this returnable financial instrument was well matched to your needs. Now, you told us about the interest in the loan instrument among businesses, but can you tell us what are the most effective activities in reaching out to businesses, promotional activities or initiatives to keep them informed about the purposes that the loan is available for, and any other kinds of support that applicants and potential beneficiaries could count on? Well, for sure, the most effective channel is one-to-one meetings with businesses, when you can actually hear what the actual needs are, when you can respond with some consultation on the best available instrument, whether the loan or any other. Mind you, there are de minimis limitations that need to be taken into account. Well, they may be, perhaps side aspects, but to give you a comprehensive idea about general conditions, whether the interest rates would be a bit higher because of the minimis, the limits, for the 3-year funding period. So one-to-one direct meetings are key component of promotional activities, and our partners are open to this. I need to stress that they are helping us with this. Well, the internet is the good the channel and source of knowledge. So with the web campaigns, actually, and 200 unique visits over the first weeks after publication. So perhaps it's the most convenient way to reach out with the information, and I hope you will confirm that, gentlemen. Perhaps it's the most popular form of communication nowadays, and there is expectation that the web page will publish all the information, full set of dossier documentation to be filled in, and so on. Also, the activities that we run with the marshal's office, well, they are really valuable. So this short video was the best proof of that. Thank you for your support, Mr. Marshall. So perhaps these are the key channels. Of course, EU fund websites are also useful, but anytime direct meetings with businesses are key, and web-based communication channels. That's what I would highlight. Well, from the point of view of businesses, well, for whom time is money, well, it's really good to hear that. Now let's move on to the products offered by Lublin Development Foundation, one of our partners. So what specific instruments do you offer? Instruments to support SMEs in Lubelskie, and also any procedural support that you can give. Do you think that the loan process is easy for a business to go through, or if not, any improvements that you would suggest, or any opinions or comments that or feedback that you got from your customers? Well, when I've been listening to the speakers at this conference, and we started from general things to detailed things, and I was wondering, how much is left for me to speak about. But still, let me add some things to the product that actually was the driver behind the implementation of returnable instruments in Lubelskie. As you heard before, Lubelskie was not only the first to sign the agreement with BGK, but BGK, actually selected the first funding partners in Lubelskie, based on the call that they published, back in September 2023, if I remember well. So we are the leaders in Poland in terms of the disbursements of these funds. Lublin Development Foundation offers two products to businesses. The first one is the one that we have been talking about, that is the development loan that Mr. Bury mentioned. There's up to 2 million zloty with 12-month waiting period, 10-year funding period, a loan to the businesses, existing on the market, operating on the market without the redemption option. But the benefit versus the commercial funding is the preferential interest rate. The rate is fixed, is at 2% per annum, and as intermediaries, we don't charge any extra fees on disbursement or granting of the loan. So the 2% interest rate is the only financing cost here. What's also interesting is that in the development fund, the loan, unlike in grant instruments, we can fund working capital directly linked to the investment project pursued by the business. And I believe this is the highest level, in terms of percent share. There's up to 50% of the investment project available in Lubelskie. So it's not the object and scale of the investment project, but if a company needs to stock the company with materials for the first time, they can use this instrument. What's also important is the form of assistance granted.
It's of course a difference between the interest on market terms and what businesses actually need and get. Of course, we have this cap of 300,000 euro. With intense use of this assistance by many entrepreneurs, they can use this limit of assistance for other projects, other activities. With this new programming period, we can also provide this preferential loan under regional investment support. That's a novelty versus the previous period where the loans were only part of the de minimis assistance. As financial partners, we have to deliver certain targets concerning innovation in businesses. As my speakers pointed out, and the panelists in the first panel, it doesn't have to be a national level innovation or even a global or regional innovation. It is product, process, marketing innovation at the level of the actual business. So this novelty is supposed to work particularly for the beneficiary. It's all when it comes to the development loan. It seems like another driver in expanding these European funds is the energy efficiency loan in businesses. As the second product that we offer of course, in cooperation with the Bank of National Economy as an intermediary body. The difference is clear. The goal is to improve energy efficiency, although the scope of the investment is much, much broader. It's not only about thermal insulation of buildings or structures. This loan can also finance renewable installations, energy recovery technologies, modern technologies around new processes. High. So for developmental loans, it's 2 million, maximum 15 million, so a longer financial period, up to 15 years. And indeed, it can be a very attractive product because there's a bonus here in the form of redemption. If energy audit shows a specific energy saving level, with the most effective companies where the savings reach 60% plus versus current use, the loan can be redeemed. 25% of the loan can be redeemed, becomes non-returnable, and the interest is 2%. So with more complex investment projects like upgrades of real property, it's necessary to find your place, find a niche, and get the financing. Referring to your question about the process of operation, how businesses operate, I think we should, in the first place, look at the model of implementing returnable instruments versus non-returnable ones. In this case, this is a continuous call, in a sense. So entrepreneurs, in pursuing their projects, can come up to us, apply for projects. So this invitation to apply is a continuous process. As Madam Director pointed out before, our assistance that we are able to provide to customers covers, for example, the preparatory stage, collecting documentation and papers for the application. The managing authority, in cooperation with the Bank of National Economy, have imposed this obligation on us because this function, this advisory function, is separated from the assessment function and the ultimate decision about the payment of the loan. So together with the bank, we assist businesses to prepare documents, files. Of course, we cannot work for the entrepreneur, but we do assist. And this is all free of charge. So everybody is invited to approach us about this one. So this continuous invitation to submit applications is for entrepreneurs who have some idea that they want to pursue. They don't have to wait for upcoming calls or upcoming invitations. Indeed, a great advantage is that even if today a business lacks something, they can supplement it through this grant program. Thank you, Director, for sharing your point of view, for letting us know a bit more about the instruments you have at your disposal that businesses can benefit from. You have also started to talk about this assistance process. I have a question to Marcin Dębiński from Turbo Limited. What does it look like? Application for funds. What does it look like from your perspective? Did you think it was more complicated? Was it smooth? Was it easy? Maybe against some expectations before. Good afternoon, everyone. It was the first time I decided to apply for European money. I run various businesses. I had been kind of concerned with these processes. I needed more time, perhaps, than others to make sure I can really reach for these funds. I approached the foundation through a colleague. He said, look, they have this product, some opportunities. So I went there the other day, and to my surprise, they had a very open and professional approach. So I was given a loan to an automobile business. And at some point, I decided to change my portfolio because my primary business is medical, pharmaceutical. But then I had this idea, but no money, to create a Lublin-based center for wound and injury treatment that would offer holistic methods, new methods of treatment, top quality care of the patients, etc. When I came for the first meeting, and let me send my regards to Magdalena, who was guiding me through the whole process, there was one thing that really scared me, because Magda says, okay, we'll have a look at your business as a beneficiary, whether you have not used any de minimis assistance, please deliver document about your business activity. And then he called me and said, Marcin, you have so many businesses that you're in charge of. Well, indeed, I am a lawyer by profession. I do takeovers, mergers, I reorganize. So I had to really produce all this documentation to prove what I was doing. But it was kind of short and quite effective. The process closed in a positive way. And well, I wish the law business weren't working so effectively. So I have a very positive view of this whole process. Now, with hindsight, maybe I would have sped up certain things. Well, mind you, it's people who assess applications, not AI, because AI can be wrong sometimes. And we have some evidence that some businesses actually use AI to write letters of complaint to LOVE, and these letters are very often rejected. So, for example, someone asked AI, what amount is more than a million by 200%? And the AI returned, it's 2 million. Of course, it's wrong. So too many people, too many businesses tend to overtrust AI because the right answer is 3 million. And now, from the viewpoint of intermediary body, I'd like also to share some benefits from these loans. Besides this one shortcoming, I might say, that you have to repay the whole loan, with the one with 25% of redemption minus capital, the benefit is You can finance the entire investment project. You don't have to wait half a year until the call is settled and decided. And one more important thing, there's no project sustainability required. And with many businesses, it has proven many times in the past that this very component, this very factor actually failed the entire undertaking. So certainly such instruments can affect the financial stability of the company. Don't fear this kind of returnable instruments. Thank you very much, everyone, for your contribution. And thank you all for listening. Thank you, Director Neckier, for hosting this panel. You're invited to have a look at the ground floor, to visit some of the stands and representatives of the institutions you're talking to. Let's move on to panel number 3. And climate change and climate goals. We'll talk about how territorial governments work towards counteracting climate change. I think you still keep in mind what happened in South Poland in September, the Great Flood. So counteracting inundation and floods, but also dry spells, climate change is one of the things that you can also do thanks to European money. So we'll now talk about projects from the area of eco-safety. Projects that help local governments adapt to climate change and prevent flood and droughts. But now have a look at this video to show how European funds provide tools to those who work on the spot, who prevent and help during disasters, who arrive on scene as the first when there is a problem, when there is a disaster. I mean state firefighters. European funds supporting firefighting systems in Lubelskie. Our units will be equipped with firefighting and rescue appliances to remove the effects of natural disasters. Our modern appliances, boats, quads, and all the other equipment used in evacuation operations will increase our preparedness. Thanks to European funds, our personnel will be able to perform effective rescue operations everywhere. It's the firefighters who usually come on the spot as the first services. This equipment will make their work even more effective. 375 units will receive the latest equipment and appliances for rescue operations and for removal of the outcomes of natural disasters. Let's have a look at some challenges that territorial governments face due to climate change. Our first speaker, Deputy Director of Zoom Natury in Janów Lubelski, Łukasz Lewczyk, Piotr Dragan, the head of Wiśnice community, Deputy Mayor of Chełm, Radosław Wnuk. Thank you for joining us. We also have with us Assistant Professor from the University of Life Sciences, Edyta Flis-Olszewska, and Marta Gongała, Regional Directorate for Environmental Protection in Lublin. Director Budynczuk, over to you. Thank you very much for introducing our speakers. We wanted to have on this panel individuals representing various groups, industries, communities. Biodiversity was the first factor to decide this composition. We thought about energy efficiency. Therefore, we have Mr. Dragan here with us because Vișnița has extensive experience in this one. And we also wanted to show you that environment can be taken care of through sustainable transport. That's why we have Deputy Mayor of Helm. So we're talking about the past, but now let's have a look at where we are and about the future. I know you are also working on some upcoming projects now. That's why we have with us a representative of the Regional Authority for Environmental Protection. And of course, we are looking forward, looking ahead. That's why we have a representative of the academia, because we need some signposts for the future that we should follow when designing programs for the new financial perspective after 2027, or perhaps use it in our current operations. We will also like to speak about some climate goals that Poland is facing as a country. After 2050, we aspire to be carbon neutral. This is the requirement that member states are facing. We also have to develop our closed-loop economy, and any industrialization effort must be environmentally friendly, because we have to keep these goals, these climate neutral goals in mind. Let me share some facts and figures with you. More than 600 million euro allocated to environmental programs. That's a staggering amount. Climate goals are followed perhaps by the most sizable funds in our programs. And this amount shows how relevant counteracting climate change is, but of course also prevention. If we can still prevent, it must absolutely be done. If prevention is too late, if it doesn't work, we have to look at how to brace ourselves for climate change in the future.
So the programming, in programming, we had to take into account climate change and any climate risks and hazards that we are facing. A number of measures planned in the program. Most of them have been presented before, for circular economy, for biodiversity, for renewables, for energy efficiency. Well, this is still ahead of us, so you can follow the schedule in preparing the documentation and and planning your investment projects. But let's start in the proper order as per the current program. The axis for environmental protection and biodiversity specifically. So the question to Łukasz Lewczyk, deputy head of Zoom Natury project. Well, it consists of a number of projects. You funded your investment with 2007-2013 horizon, and then it's next horizon that you are making use of. So a long-term project that has been following the sustainable development the principle. Mind you, any investment project will interfere in natural environment. So any investment should be pursued so as to limit or minimize the environmental impact. In terms of the biodiversity, well, it's really difficult to quantify the impacts, unlike in, well, transport or anything else. So you have developed specific solutions to this end. Why don't you have a brief description of those? The Zoom Natury project was designed as revitalization of the spaces around Janów artificial lake to gather tourist service providers to provide a comprehensive offer for the summer camps and school trips. We also plan to create jobs for local communities. We employ approximately 90 people. The majority of them is the first job after graduation from schools. So the two stages, as you mentioned, for the project back in 2014, as a decade ago, we completed the core of the project. That is the development of the space with new artificial lake. That is, a safe the swimming area, 10 hectares with fountains, bridges, well, all the infrastructure that actually provides jobs to local communities. What's unique about the project is that we also established knowledge laboratories. There's three thematic the buildings running educational activities for children, for school the trips, or for families. We actually, raise pro-environmental the awareness among young generations. Well, in a way, adapted to the age. So, showing the richness of the nature, just to attract them, to actually knowing the ecosystems, challenges to the environment, to show them how to prevent and combat the pollution, how to provide for energy efficiency, how to pursue recycling methodologies. We have a kind of the lab scale plant, just showing off the recovery of the energy from waste and so on. So we have used materials that children are familiar with. So recently we built a model of the hydropower the station out of the Lego building blocks. So the project is interesting. Is well, it was awarded these 7 miracles of EU funds in the education category. There's Poland Going Beautiful. So we also won a competition of the regional tourist organization for 2021. So we were able to maintain the quality of our offering. And from the point of view of local government, we are a limited liability company in charge of management of the area. And why is that so? Well, the municipality, the objective of the municipality was to provide kind of, to make us, self-reliant, independent. So it's the second decade of the project. So the sustainability period well preserved, without any burden to the local government with our operating costs. I'm really glad that you have stayed on the market for so long. So you have double the sustainability period. So without advertising you too much, but if any of you would like to establish a green school or environmental education institution, then I would recommend measures 3.9, 3.10 that provide the support for boosting biodiversity. Kind of the similar projects could be funded. Any recommendations or plans for the future? Would you be willing to use the regional development funds, or are you just analyzing your needs? Well, we are designing the recreational infrastructure more than anything else just at this moment. But we'll apply for a project of the jumping board park, so the recreational project rather than educational one. Let's move on to renewables and energy efficiency. We have head of community, Mr. Dragan. You have been successful in getting the funds and spending the funds. Well, a number of projects in Viśnica community have pursued a lot of projects successfully, energy efficiency or renewables with PV, heat pumps, replacement of the heating boilers, well, biomass fired, and so on. So, can you tell us what's your idea for managing a local government union to be so successful in getting and spending the funds? Well, it's not a secret, really. Perhaps the best way to is to try and do that is apply for the available funds. Well, the first projects for RES we deployed back in 2010 for solar panels. In the previous the horizon, we actually completed 5 projects, 2 of which for thermal efficiency upgrades of public buildings, with 7 buildings covered in the 2 projects. And we've got PV and solar panels, on schools and culture centers and so on. So back then, we focused on the source of of energy, that is, the wood pellets, being the cheapest source of energy on the market at this moment. But back in 2018 or 19, we started installation of heat pumps. That is, deep well installation. That was our focus because we had the funding available. But we believe that this source of heat was, the most stable, and it is. Well, given the anti-smoke resolutions adopted by the municipalities, well, that was a good choice. The deep well heat pumps, you don't have the combustion of solid fuels. You use geothermal energy, and you simply forget the problem. Yes, if you are kind of hybrid solution with PV panel and the heat pumps with energy storage, then you could actually see the profits in your pocket, that's in municipality's budget. Now, for Viśnice community, we were the leader of a project for replacement of standard the light bulbs with LED lights, and we actually saw the benefits in our the budgets in terms of cost savings. So the 2 projects for citizens, well, PV projects, 200 installations on private homes. Uh, in our community, and still there's huge interest among residents. And the other project was for the solar panels and pellet-fired and wood-fired, horse gas fired the boilers, and we served all those interested. So solar panels are, in every home, private home in the community, just like the boilers I just mentioned. So the Clean Air program is a key one, is of course uh, funded by the National Environmental Protection Fund, now put on hold for a while. Yes, it's put on hold for a while, but as local government units, we call on the ministry to relaunch it as soon as possible. So for Vyshnice community, well, we completed 271 projects for more than 5 million zloty based on heat pumps in the major part. So a lot has changed in Vyshnice community in terms of energy efficiency and RES projects. So, uh, uh, well, you have customers as the office. So, listening to what you say, well, the best customer is a satisfied customer. So you are satisfied with the outcomes of the projects funded with EU funds and with the technologies that you use, that you propose to your residents. So let me mention just our project here. It's really possible for residents to apply for RES, PV panels, and so on, but it's only individual applications that will come. So I had a chat during the break with one of the mayors from Lubelskie when I recommended the adoption of this financial instrument, the loan to cover any applications by private citizens or individual the beneficiaries. And so half of the value could be spent on replacement of asbestos roof covering, the roofing materials. So those in energy poverty are to be supported here. Additionally burdened with the carcinogenic the roofing materials. Well, can take advantage of the projects like this. PV the panels plus energy the storage. So again, half of the value, half of the amount can be spent on that. So well, 40,000 total cost, and 20,000 would be replacement of asbestos-based the roofing, and the other half for PV, of which 10,000 for energy storage and 10,000 for PV panels. So a very attractive package, I would say. And if you are in direct contact with your the residents, why don't you just spread out this the proposal? Now, Mr. Mayor, let's focus on air pollution. Transport contributes to that. Well, one next to the industry is a major polluter emitted to the atmosphere. In the previous horizon, Helm completed a project for urban transport. Why don't you share with us the outcomes of that project? What was the reaction of the citizens, of the residents? It was not only about replacement of buses or public transport means, but it was also about improving the transport system itself with the connection, the hubs, or any other improvement in city infrastructure. Why don't you share some thoughts with us, from that project to be, well, taken advantage of by other cities in terms of reorganization of public transport? And now, referring to the recent protests of well, in Warsaw for the last generation youth blocking roads. One of the arguments there in the debate is is actually to grow public transport and not road infrastructure in cities. So I believe both should be covered. Without good roads, even public transport will make no use for comfort the travel. And well, the better roads we have, the more citizens will use public transport. That's a fact. So why don't you share your thoughts as mayor of the Helm city for the next perspective? I mean, the perspective 2021-27. So Helm, had a broad approach to emission reductions from transport, especially public transport. This is what we actually control, really. So within this project for low emission transport system, together with the Helm municipality and Kamień municipality, we took extra action just to generate the reductions of the emissions. So let me talk first about the deliverables of the project, and then I will touch on the extra actions. So under the project, we put in place the system of city bikes to encourage the residents to use paid city bike, and we can see that the scale is quite substantial. In 2023, we had more than 23,000 the unique users. So let's assume that half of the users, did not take the car but used the bike. Well, then the fact is quite measurable. Another benefit from the project was the purchase of low emission buses. In Helm, the buses available are quite old, quite outdated. So when you just drive, when you follow a bus, on the road, even if you use air conditioning, well, you are not quite comfortable, inhaling all the fumes. So 6 buses replaced. Then as to the bus company, to improve the comfort of city the bus system, we implemented the dynamic information system for commuters with bus stops, 36 the bus stops equipped with the dynamic screens. And we actually got a lot of praise from the residents. Another activity is the connection nodes. So at the railway station, at the bus stops, we provided for parking areas.
Another extra initiative is complementary public transport in the city of Helm, which has largely attracted more passengers to our public transport services. Of course, at the beginning, it was a very hard time for us. The COVID pandemic just started, but after all restrictions were lifted, when students went back to school, we had a 40% rise in the number of passengers. That was a great success, I must say. And of course, we wanted to build on that. The city of Helm has managed to obtain more vehicles to its fleet. Now we are waiting for 26 zero-emission hydrogen-powered buses to be delivered. Zero emission means zero emission. It's not low emission.
Koszty samorządu związane z prowadzeniem czy z refundacją chełmskim liniom autobusowym poniesionych kosztów wzrosną. Wzrosły oczywiście.
Of course, the territorial government reimbursement of costs intended for the public transport company are going to grow. But in terms of our initiatives counteracting climate change are absolutely necessary. What else can we say? I'm not sure if I have mentioned new cycling routes. We have 10 plus kilometers, new routes. These are some of the benefits I can name with regard to this product. Of course, we have more plans for the future. Oh, we'll come back to this in a moment. Thank you for saying that it's not only the regional program that supports public transport, also the operational program Eastern Poland. Once you decide to have free of charge bus tickets, it's very difficult to change this decision. Residents are accustomed to it. It's not easy to fall back on your promises. So kudos to you, because I know you have to pay the personnel, maintain vehicles, maintain the fleet. And this is really a major step forward. I'm talking about the replacement of part of the fleet into zero emission vehicles. Now, speaking about priority 6, when it is possible to get funding for new fleet, cities like Lubartów or Lublin have taken advantage of this. Also, outside municipal transport is covered under 5.1 and 5.2. The programs for public transport will be renewed next year. So next to the purchase of vehicles, also infrastructure development, cycling routes, pavements will also be covered, because it is also a way of transport, a way of moving around the city. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. That's enough for projects already completed. Let's now speak about the present. Marta Gongała, question to you. Some beneficiaries, of course, work together with the Regional Directorate for Environmental Protection. So, Madam, my question is how to prepare documentation to be submitted to your institution from the perspective of a beneficiary, what documents that you issue are the most relevant, what kind of applications you accept, and what are your deadlines and time limits? How busy are you, in other words? We have spoken today about AI at length, but it's not ubiquitous yet everywhere, and maybe we are lucky not to have it everywhere. I'm a bit afraid of the advent of AI because I want to be needed as a member of staff, like service machines in supermarkets. So anyway, speaking from the perspective of beneficiaries, what documents, how they should be prepared, when they should be submitted, and where the focus should be so that beneficiaries don't make mistakes and then are faced with negative decisions or with rejection. Well, good afternoon, everyone. Our institution is at the very beginning of the whole circle, of the whole way. We assess strategic papers very often. Everything that is planned, not implemented yet. So with regard to climate change, adaptation to climate change, the Polish environmental impact assessment law sets out specific framework for how to design projects, how to apply for funds. I think a breakthrough point was 2017, when certain requirements changed. There's more focus on impact on biodiversity. This is what the EU pays attention to a large extent, particularly when analyzing applications. And our job is to assess documents, is to assess strategies and projects on a case-by-case basis. And strategic assessment is the very first stage. This is where we give opinions, give advice to spatial development plans and strategies. When strategic assessment is done, we also prepare environmental impact, environmental, but also climate impact. This kind of analysis must be set in a specific context of a specificality.
Jak przestrzeń się kształtuje, jakie są uwarunkowania nie tylko środowiskowe, ale również kulturowe.
It's not only the environment that needs to be taken into account, also some cultural aspects, the level of industrialization, the level of forestation. So strategic documents should cover all that, and they show us where specific projects, specific undertakings can be located. Therefore, land management, spatial development are key to effective decisions. Because we are talking extensively on climate challenges, what we attach most attention to when analyzing documents is proper management of rainwater, of precipitation water, particularly in urban areas. Many municipalities so far, if they design new urban development plans, they have extensively paid attention to the relevance of blue and green infrastructure, so that precipitation waters stay in the catchment area. We have more green walls, green roofs, because our cities are mostly associated to tons of concrete. This is where we suffocate. This is where we are hot. And we, of course, want to change it. We are open to various solutions, like more empty spaces in developing new parking lots or new squares, more open work solutions, especially at the ground level. We also like to see more cycling routes. So any alternative to regular transport is more than desired. Also outside urban areas, we also decide where new afforestation should take place, or peat bogs, whether they should be exploited, managed or not. In urban space, we try to maintain biologically active surfaces, pocket-size parks, pocket-size forests, In other words, introduction of greenery of any kind, but keeping water relevant. So this is briefly what I can say about planning and strategic documents that should convey it. What you have in your strategic paper will certainly produce specific results later on. And this is what we assess. Of course, in the context of a specific undertaking in a specific area. Strategic papers are usually long-term documents. This is not something you amend or adjust every year. The document binds us in certain routes, certain policies for years. So we have to take a very responsible approach to it. And of course, there are statutory requirements as to what should be contained in such a document. If a municipality comes to us for advice, we tell them what a strategy paper should contain. We tell them about climate-relevant documents that they can have a look at on the websites of the Ministry of Climate and Environment. What resources should be consulted to produce a reliable, measurable, and effective strategy paper. Then, based on the local plan, new local plans come into life beginning 2026. We also give advice to municipalities on the location of specific undertakings. We call this a screening stage, the early stage. We set up an information card for each undertaking. It shows the overall metrics of an undertaking, but also climate change, adaptation to climate change should be somehow handled, should be addressed in a document like this. So each undertaking should have this kind of impact measured. We also refer it to the probability of natural disasters, but also construction disasters. So each information card of an undertaking has it. What follows is full impact assessment for the environment. So the requirements for these activities are very clearly provided for in the environmental impact assessment law. What beneficiaries, I would say, complain about is sometimes how detailed, how demanding the documents are at times. And we have to be very meticulous, of course, in analyzing everything, every single dot, whether this is in accordance with the law, that's one thing. And of course, we verify and screen specific undertaking, its location, its scope. So we have to pay attention to all possible environmental components in it. Yeah, indeed, many local authorities try to predict projects related to the management of precipitation water. When designing our program, we saw that some municipalities, some localities lack water, and there is extensive use of drinking water for utility purposes, which is wrong. I understand own contribution might be an obstacle here, but I think more and more municipalities are more and more aware of how relevant it is, and there'll be new calls opening up next year. And mind you, also businesses might apply for funds for precipitation water management projects, both for their own infrastructure, but also some sort of an umbrella projects, like 100 of residents coming together to apply for co-financing of a specific infrastructure. Particularly, this should be made clear to municipalities that struggle with some issues related to the volumes of drinking water available or extensive use of drinking water for other purposes. I understand this whole process is evolving, and you can see it countrywide because all regions in Poland measure such indicators. We know which regions already lack water. At the General Directorate of Environmental Protection, recently we have heard how big a problem it is. This should be prevented at an early stage. Some have already started. Now let's have a look at the world of science. Edyta Flis-Olszewska, Agrometeorology Department, University of Life Sciences. Can you give us a scientific perspective on climate change and what your environment, your scientific environment proposes for the future? We've spoken about the past and the present. Let's now look ahead. Hello, everyone. My name is Ewelina, not Elvira, but don't worry. With regard to climate change forecasts, I think everybody has heard about climate change. It's impossible not to hear about it. But mind you, climate has always changed. It's not like these changes have just came out of the blue. But what is different is how fast these changes occur over the last 30 years. They have really sped up. In particularly, we speak about changes in air temperature. We have our own weather stations. We have data from the last 30 years, and there is an uptrend. Clearly, there is an uptrend. The temperature rises by half a degree in 10 years on average, sometimes faster, sometimes slower. That's the average. And that's really a lot. And you can see this every day. Look, we are in mid-December. If you go out, it's not winter that you can see, basically. It's relatively warm. And this is what we have seen for the last couple of years. If you go back to the 1980s, even 1990s, there was a lot of snow during the winter season, and the snow remained even up to several months. And this is what we can see with our very eyes. The temperature is rising. In our forecasts, we rely on IPCC reports, the International Team for Climate Change. Consecutive temperature rises are highlighted also in their reports. We have a couple of scenarios for the future, depending on how much gas emissions we have, but globally, everywhere the temperature is rising. So this is something we have to reckon with in the coming years. And another thing is precipitation. As regards precipitation forecasts, we have some mixed feelings and mixed opinions. Poland is a moderate zone, moderate climate. Yearly average precipitation is more or less the same, maybe slightly smaller over some recent years, but the average yearly precipitation is even, although they are distributed unevenly. So we have a very dry period where for a month or more there is no rain, and then for another month we have very intense rain, and we have more storms that very often lead to inundation and flooding in urban areas because cities mostly struggle with taking away excess water. This water has nowhere to collect. It just keeps flowing down. Municipal drainage systems cannot contain it, so it keeps flowing down to collect elsewhere. With natural sources, green areas, this is where the water can rest, can penetrate the soil, and in this way we can reduce or at least mitigate the so-called flooding phenomenon. So when speaking about climate change, we particularly think about temperature and precipitation, but of course it translates into all sectors of economy, and you can see that. The University of Life Sciences, we are particularly looking at forestry and agriculture. But I believe you can see this change in all other sectors. Thank you. That's very relevant to keep in mind climate adaptation plans. Some of you know these documents, some of you have already. It's not a big or challenging thing, but very, very relevant for the sake of future investment projects. Because even with the best project, if you don't plan it climate-wise, you may fail. You must know ahead where you should plant the trees, where water will collect, where you can treat water, where you can collect rainwater, where to install noise screens, etc., or air corridors. This is all relevant before you start planning your undertaking, planning your investment. Climate adaptation plans can help this process, that's for sure. And finally, let's round it up. Let's say a few words about the future. What do you think we should pay attention to so that our personnel may take it into account when designing future programs, future plans? Where should we go in this effort to save ourselves from climate change? So what are your takeaways? Well, I'm an educator and specializing in child education, so I'd like to see programs in place that will address this very audience. Referring to what I said before, I think we should pay more attention to energy or power banks. We have a 2,500 square meters bank, power bank, gets charged during the day and can be used later on throughout the day. So I think we should invest in power banks, power storages. Well, the relevant EU regulation also imposes certain caps on the capacity of power storages. So you can't just install any storage you can have. Remember, there are some limits when it comes to possible EU funding, at least under the European Regional Development Fund. You can, of course, connect it to an existing installation, but it may take up to 25% of power. Thank you. And Mr. Deputy Mayor, we need to really take a very holistic approach to reducing emissions through upgrading our buildings, our structures, long-term planning to have coherent implementation of a number of policies so that we channel all these efforts into specific products, specific outcome. In the city of Helm, we have already started a regeneration project in one of the parks where major focus is on retention, on collection of precipitation waters. Doctor, what about a university perspective? Well, our forecasts are mostly realistic, not to say pessimistic, but mind you, climate change also can produce some positive outcomes, not only negative ones, although we tend to focus on those negative ones to the largest extent. But climate change is reduced heating bills, more crops that can be grown over the year. Well, we have to just adapt to it. It is already part of our life, and every initiative in this area is basically positive. Well, thank you, Doctor. That reminds me of vineyards that 400 or 500 years ago we used to have in Poland, not far from the Vistula River. Then the climate got cooler, and now it's back again. Even in Lubelskie, we have more and more vineyards. It means the climate is getting warmer. That's a measurable benefit. Thank you, Doctor. And finally, Director, what about your conclusions on this topic? And everyone, if you have a Natura 2000 site in your area, keep in mind you also need to produce the water declaration with your application. So, Director, well, speaking of the future, particularly the challenges posed by extensive flooding and droughts across the country, then certainly rebuilding natural resources, renaturalization of natural environment, bringing what is most natural about the environment, naturalization of rivers, of degraded areas, recreation of peat bogs to absorb more CO2. That's, I believe, the most relevant challenge for the foreseeable future. And of course, speaking about documents, applications, keep in mind it should be good quality that will make things certainly faster at the level of our institution. That's for sure. So that's for you, dear beneficiaries. If you want to regenerate, renew, keep in mind biologically active resources, they should be grown, renaturalization of rivers, creeks, water bodies. This is all included in our program. So I see eye to eye with Madam Director. Sometimes you have to take a step back, change approach, and seek ways to get closer to nature again. Thank you, dear speakers. Thank you for sharing your very insightful comments. I hope we have all learned more about how to apply for European funds more effectively. Okay, thank you, speakers, and thank you, Mr. Host. Well, development doesn't have to contradict environmental protection. They can go hand in hand. Let's watch a short video of an investment that responds to needs of residents, at the same time addressing climate change. This is our new metropolitan coach station. This is where you will see the famous green wall, heat recovery systems, and more. This design and this video was awarded during a recent Camera Image Festival in Toruń. It won a special prize for European funds in the frame, in the music frame and video frame. If this is a scene without people, without sound, without visuals is empty. Here, everything is where it should be. You can feel to be in private, you can feel to be in company. It's a bit like a heart of the city. It brings together people from near and far, and it keeps pumping them further on. This is where emotions, feelings come together. Look at that man, perhaps walking to work. Look at these two, perhaps they're in love. And this little boy rushing to school. This is where, thanks to European funds, we have new possibilities to travel, to encounter, to get inspired. This investment shows how relevant European funds are for the development of our communities, of our cities. This is a huge project. Determination of regional authorities, coupled with European funds, have produced this wonderful effect. The entire project cost 375 million zlotys. 197 million came from European funds. This is where people can change between modes of transport. Both locals and tourists can benefit from it. This is today the transport heart of Lublin and the region. Co-financed by the EU. Thank you, everyone, very much for coming and staying with us. Thank you for exchange, for listening to opinions, views of so many interesting speakers. We've had with us entrepreneurs, public institutions, NGOs, and territorial governments. Thank you all for being with us. And I want to thank all the viewers online. European Funds for Lubelskie is a YouTube channel where you'll be able to watch the recording of our session and go back to the most relevant facts and figures. Don't leave us. Go downstairs to talk to representatives of companies, institutions at various stands. Join us for lunch and enjoy the afternoon. Thank you.